Good afternoon and welcome to Suzuka as we fast approach the halfway point in the Porsche Club America Team Racing Series here at Suzuka. After this, it's a couple of European rounds that end off our season after the first couple of American rounds that have got us underway. At Daytona and Road Atlanta, we saw two good races, to be honest, from four championship leaders who are going to be tough to beat in these final three races. Good afternoon and welcome everybody to RaceSpotTV for the coverage of the 4 hours of Suzuka with, first of all, myself, Ian Lillery, and Lorenzo Bonda alongside. It's a bit of a change of pace from Daytona, these last two races. Lorenzo, Road Atlanta in February. Suzuka here today, a very different and tough challenge.
Absolutely. I would go as far as to say we're going to the tightest track in terms of traffic for this whole team championship, right? We go, of course, Road Atlanta has a few spots that can make overtaking hard, but Suzuka, because of the tight nature and also the nature of being a tire waster, of course, makes this a whole lot harder, especially if you are in the 963 GTP category for you to go around.
Of course, this broadcast, as all of the Porsche Club America Sim Racing Series broadcasts are, is in association with Princess Cruises, who we're thrilled to have as the 2025 PCA title sponsor. As the official cruise vacation partner of Series 13, they provide exclusive offers, including world-leading itineraries across a fleet of 16 elegant ships sailing to more than 330 global destinations. Reach out to the PCA concierge team to book your next adventure today by calling 833-679-2188. This year, 2025 is also the 70th anniversary of the Porsche Club America, established in 1955. Great to be celebrating it with the 2025 Team Racing Series, now running for the past 5 years or so. We've already had two rounds. It's now come to Suzuka, though, here in Asia, the only round outside of North America or Europe this time round. And this is what it looks like, Lorenzo, and it is in real life as difficult as it looks on paper.
Yeah, absolutely. And also one of the few figure eight circuits in the whole world, right? And And not only that makes it very difficult for the drivers, but like I said before, Japanese asphalt has the infamy of being hard on the tires, especially with the elevation changes that Suzuka kind of faces, right? So it's going to be interesting for teams to manage the daytime racing and especially the dry conditions they're going to be running on to see who's going to come out on top.
There is our schedule. We'll be racing again in 5 weeks' time at Portimao before the final race at Spa 5 weeks after that in the middle of May. So very much hope that you will join us for that, the 6 hours of Spa at the very end of the season. And as we have said before, 4 classes this season. The Porsche 963 GTP car, got a Pro and an Am, and then the GT3 cars that we use in the normal sim racing series that, by the way, continues from Wednesday night here on RaceSpotTV. They've got a Pro and an Am as well. And here's how the championship looks at the moment. In the Pro 963 category, we have seen Shopaholics race team dominate so far. 2 race wins and 2 fastest laps as well, while the others have been fighting for positions. In fact, the top 4 are in the same order as what they finished in at Road Atlanta. In the 963 AM class, Stallions GTP have beaten Canam Racing to the win both times. Late Breakers Racing finishing in 3rd both times as well. Imperial Motorsports lead both GT3 categories. In the Pro class, they have got a 1st and a 2nd. In the AM, a 1st and a 1st. So pretty difficult to beat with a 75 and 105 point championship lead going into this round. They are very big leads, I've got to say, Lorenzo, after just 2 rounds. As I mentioned before, through the North American races, all championship leaders had a pretty good time of it.
Absolutely, but then again, we're coming to the portion of the championship, I know halfway, but then again, we're coming into tracks that are a little bit more harder for drivers to drive on. Spa, especially now that this is the final race before the new GTP tire come in, right? So the AM and Pro teams are going to have to dabble with the new thermodynamics of the tires and trying to bring them up to pace is going to make the car a little bit more loose. So eventually, when they race into Portimao and Spa, but this time they can push around with much more, I would say, security of knowing what the cars are doing. So there's a little bit of uncertainty on that. But Suzuka, like I said before, hard track, really hard racing. Always provide good racing. I never seen a dull race at Suzuka. But like I said before, traffic I think is going to be a key topic point whenever we go into maybe halfway distance, because this is where it's getting convoluted between the teams and the classes. So I'm looking forward to see that, how it's going to shape up in the next 4 hours.
We'll talk a little bit about how those new tyres and the updates are going to affect these cars as the race goes on. We'll have plenty of time to do that, of course. Derek Dirksen makes his way over the line, and is that going to be a time for Can-Am Atlas at all, is the question. The answer to that is no at the moment. So Dirksen staying down at the back end of the field with 4 other teams who have yet to set a time in qualifying. Currently got 21 qualifiers, now 22 as last 10th green, and Jonathan Reber gets onto the board. That's 5th place in the GT3 AMs for them. Peter Takuma, who's currently leading the way in that class. David Boyer goes a bit faster in the 963 AM category at the very top. And there's Kerry Brooks, part of the last 10th GTP team at the top right now. But 3 teams covered by 3/4 of a 10th of a second. It is very close early on in qualifying, and something that we've not really seen very much of this season.
Yeah, which surprises me a little bit, given the fact that the gaps at Daytona were a little bit more spaced out. I think GTP drivers are feeling more confident with the cars on this racetrack. They still have a few times to go on. Let's see what Kerry Brooks' time is going to be. If it's going to be an improvement on his 41.186.
Shaping himself quite nicely out actually for a run to the line. It's not going to be Lenny Holland who gets over him because he's down on pit lane, but can he go any faster himself here, Kerry Brooks? It doesn't look like it. That's a bit slower. Wright Gooden is the driver for Shopaholics race team at the moment, who is in 3rd place, and I wonder whether he will be able to go any quicker before the end of this session as well. He's only making his way through the opening section of the circuit. Number 5 here with Jim Walsh is one of those drivers also making his way through the early part of the lap. In fact, they're at exactly the same point in the lap, those two at the moment, although Gooden now drops back to pit lane, so that's the end of that. On board with Jim Walsh. Important to get a time in here at Suzuka, I would say. You don't want to be any further down than you really need to be, because I can't imagine overtaking around here is going to be too easy.
No, there isn't a lot of... Actually, it's kind of funny for me to talk about this. There's much more spots for overtaking in my point of view than Road Atlanta. Of course, Road Atlanta is a shorter circuit than Suzuka by a stretch of a length. But then again, there's so many more spots over here for you to overtake around. For example, around here at Spoon, you have this double F-hander, which you can basically, if you want to go for a dive and you feel confident to go for it, you can kind of do that and stick around it. But seeing how that is going to stack up on the other curves around the racetrack, I don't see spots where you would say maybe Dagner would be the only spot where overtaking you can maybe consider not doing it, because there isn't too much space for two cars to go around.
Yeah, we'll see how often it happens over the course of today, as Tim Walsh has been completing his lap time while we've been talking. What's the time going to be for him? Just over 2 minutes here in the GT3. That is a little bit away from where you want to be. You're not going to be able to get into the top 3 of any class with a 2 minute or more lap time. Walsh stays down at the bottom by the looks of it there, not improving any further. Anthony Di Vincenzo for Max Schnell Motorsports is one of the final drivers out there on the circuit. It's been so entertaining to watch over the course of the season in the challenge class. He's been involved in incidents, unfortunately, throughout, really, which has made life pretty difficult for him. He's clearly got good speed, but it's just the incidents itself that have proved to be a little bit difficult for him, as the checker does suddenly wave, and we'll soon be able to go through the grid and indeed a pole lap for the race as well. Let's first of all, though, have a look at the qualifying grid, starting with the 963 Pros, where Kerry Brooks has taken it by just 3/4 of a second over, or a tenth rather, over third. Matrix Bronze and Shopaholics Race Team are within that. SC Team Red round out the 4 963 Pros, only half a second away. One of the closest sessions we've seen all season. Kainan Racing have taken pole here in 963 AM, with Stallions GTP and Late Breakers Racing next up. And Stallions GTP looking to take the 3rd win in a row for their season if they can. Matrix Black have taken pole in GT3 Pro, with Can-Am Titan alongside, and even Gomez Imperial Motorsports starting their championship lead defence from 3rd alongside Gone Broke Racing. Autocrosses Racing are alongside SC Team Blue on row 3 of the GT3 Pro standings. Then it's Breaking Bad Racing and Flying Line Racing in the rest of the 8. We had 9 at Road Atlanta, by the way, so somebody missing there. We've got the Gone Broke Racing team at the front of the GT3 AM standings, ahead of Stallions GT3, last 10th Purple, and then Imperial Motorsports from 4th place as they continue to try and maybe take 3 in a row if possible. Can-Am Atlas and Stallions GT3 with Aaron Sunday are sharing row 3. Jonathan Rebber is next for last 10th Green, ahead of Cap 5 Racing. Max Snell Motorsports with the final team set a time, Matrix Copper. And Mario Gonzalez didn't. We believe that is not Team Mario Gonzalez. He's signed up in the wrong team as far as, or the wrong name at least. So that's going to have to be sorted. But hopefully they do get back out, and we'll see all of the GT3 AMs that we got last time round. So just one less than what we got at Road Atlanta. While we're in warm-up, we'll have a little look at a pole lap, the pole lap set by Kerry Brooks over the course of the day. And you know, it's going to be quite something to watch. I think bringing GTPs round here, Lorenzo, is just a delightful thing to watch. It's got to be a fantastic thing to drive in as well, by the way. These high downforce machines must love it in these medium to high speed corners.
Yeah, it is. It is fascinating, as we're going to probably look at the pole lap as coming down in the exit of the Casio triangle. You really want to maximize the speed into turn number 1, because at turn number 1 you can go kind of like two-fold of sorts. You can kind of like lift off the gas and go for a late braking over here in turn number 1, and then play a mid-late apex, but or you can go for an early one and just try to carry as much speed as you can. But it is very difficult, because let's just say if you do one mistake, the tires get a little bit hot, and the grip doesn't compel you to go around the S's. And but whenever your car grips up and you basically cool down all the way down to Dagener, it's just a cool track for you to race on.
avoiding that curve through Degner 1. You've got to be very careful through there, otherwise you'll end up in the outside wall. Now, this tricky braking zone for the hairpin, sort of turning right and then braking at the same time, trying to get a late apex through turn 11 for this very long run through 12. Not really a corner, to be honest, although it does have a number to it. It is the run towards Spoon, then the high speed, sort of medium speed at second bit. Trying to get a latest apex for another long run. Fighting with the throttle a little bit on the exit. You can just see him wiggling, counter steering slightly on the exit of the corner. And then that run towards 130R, one of the most famous corners in World Motorsport. Absolutely flat out in a GTP. You've got no worries about that in a Porsche 963. And then down on the brakes for the final chicane, bobbling over the curves, which these cars don't love, but you are going at a low enough speed to get away with it. And that is the pole lap from Kerry Brooks. I think the only thing really to say there about that is the lack of errors. If it looks smooth, then it's probably quick, and it certainly was from Kerry Brooks in qualifying.
Yeah, like we go through the old saying, smooth is quick, right, Ewan? And over here, you kind of have to be a little bit smooth, especially with the inputs like Spoon. It's very easy for you to you go on the curb on the outside of Spoon, and sometimes we've seen, I think, that time again over here on broadcast on RaceSpot, that the rear end, whenever you actually just clip over the curb, the rear end just wants to lose its grip. And some other corners as well. Like I said, the S's can be a tricky corner for you to tackle on, especially if you just clip the entry kind of a little bit wrongly. You just mess up the whole section. So it's kind of interesting as we see the channels for you to follow on PCA racing.
Yeah, exactly. Follow us on the ones below. And indeed, follow along with our broadcast here. We'll be back on Wednesday night. We're always live from 2 p.m. 9 p.m. Eastern time, I should say, for the Porsche Club America Sim Racing Series, Series 13. Effectively, 1 hour races in GT3 sprint racing on a Wednesday and Thursday night. This week, it is the sport class and challenge class to go along with Road America, to go along with some fantastic racing we saw in the pro and the club class last week. If you haven't seen at the very least, the last 10-15 minutes or so of the pro class race of Road America, then you should certainly go back and watch it on RaceSpotTV. It was an absolutely fantastic race to watch. One not to be missed, although so is this one. It's one not to be missed as well. We're going to be at the halfway point in this season at some point throughout this race as we have a look at the conditions for today, 9th of March, which is today's date as well. Virtual standard time starting at 2 p.m. So it's pretty much as hot as it is going to be at the moment on the track. High 20s. That shouldn't be too bad, but you don't want the high temperatures around this circuit, because these tyres will get pulled apart to pieces in the warm weather in the summer.
No, of course, you really don't want to get like the potential 60-degree Celsius temperatures that sometimes you get around Suzuka during the summer. And it's also a very dry track as well, 36% humidity only. So we know we're not going to get any rain over here. But the fact that we don't have a hot weather just makes the tires go a little bit smoother, even though it's an abrasive track nevertheless, right? Even the tires are going to feel a little bit, but I think it's going to be more towards the very late point of their stint instead of early on in their stint, where if they were racing in the middle of the summer, that's where they would feel, right? But anyway, looking forward to seeing a great 4 hours of racing here at the Japanese track.
Exactly. Over the course of this season, we'll be doing 20 hours of racing in the Porsche Club America Team Racing Series. That's across 5 months. And at the halfway stage in this race, we will have done 10, and indeed half of those hours this season. It looks like 25 teams are going to get to the start. Doesn't look like Mario Gonzalez has got himself into the right team, and incorrectly, unfortunately. So that team is going to be a DNS at the start of the day. I believe he's supposed to be Matrix Gold.
Yep.
They are in the race, but he is in his own team. Anyway, we'll sort him out a little bit later on as we get through the 963 through the final chicane. The pace car will now pull into the right-hand side in the third round of the Porsche Club America Team Racing Series. Here from Suzuka, set to get underway. Kerry Brooks with a pole position here for last 10th GTP, who've been having a little bit of a miserable season so far, certainly at Road Atlanta. What can they do this time round to turn their fortunes around as the green flag waves just as the GT3s get through the final corner and the 963s come over the start finish line to start this race side by side over in towards turn number 1 and round the outside for Lenny Holland, trying to take that lead away. Oh, and to spin! Kerry Brooks spins and into the wall. Last 10th GTP again with more trouble here on the opening lap at Suzuka. They've had a difficult season so far. They've had a difficult start to this race as well. Meanwhile in GT3, it's side by side for the lead between Shane McNeely and even Gomez, still side by side through the S's for the first time. Great racing between the two of them. The 13 car on the outside of McNeely looking to hang on to that pole position and hang on to the lead as well. Up over the top of the hill they go through Dunlop. They're still side by side. A remarkable beginning to this race between these two GT3 machines. They're still side by side. Can they get through the Techners with no contact? It looks like they just about will. Goodness me, a great start to the race for Shane McNeely, who only just hanged on to that pole position, and he did that race lead through the first sector.
It got nerve-wracking for me, I'm not gonna lie, going around negative 1 right there, but once they fill themselves out into single file, basically everything just got a little bit more calm and collected. Just got a few argy-bargies and some bumps over there in the hairpin, but that is a little bit expected from a high cluster field of GT3Rs around this racetrack. But other than that, a great racing in last 10th, man. I really want to look on the replay what happened, if there was more a driver error than anything else, because I know cold tires can affect your performance when you come down into reacceleration, especially on low geared corners. So that could be it for last 10th early on in this race already.
It did look like driver error to me, but let's have another look. Through turn 1. Doesn't look like there's any contact there for me. And
nope, no contact.
Lenny Holland takes the lead, White Gooden gets to second place. And then the worst thing, I suppose, for Brooks is that he had to wait behind all of these GT3s for all of them to go past before he could get back going again. Quite apart from the fact he's going to have damage, he's got to pass all the GT3s an extra time.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just going to be more problematic for him. Meanwhile, battle for second place. I think they were side by side going to turn number 1.
It's Christopher Pies trying to get past Ivan Gomez at the moment in the American flag Porsche. He's not quite been able to do it there, Pies. He's driving for Imperial Motorsports. I don't believe we've got their livery loaded up for the moment, so we'll get that sorted in a moment. But Christopher Pies is still running third, just ahead of Fernandez, and there is Kerry Brooks coming through in the Porsche 963. Just that extra bit of work to do, and already half a minute off of Lenny Holland, who is leading this race out front without too much problem. He doesn't seem to have done a load of damage, actually, Brooks, and based on the contact I saw with the wall there and the spin out of turn 1, I would have thought there would be quite a lot of damage, but he seems to be running all right.
Yeah, I wonder if that damage could be on the front right. We're here on the brake. No, the front's a little bit dented. You can actually notice from the other 963 GTPs, there is some damage on the front, but I don't know how much that affects the car. I think they're going to lose up to 7 kilometers of speed and maybe some precision down at the front, maybe generate some understeer through the corners.
It certainly does look damaged. I'm just wondering whether lap times are going to be affected too much. We'll keep an eye on him as he's running down towards the back end of the field. Lenny Holland leads, though, at the front of the field for Matrix Bronze, just ahead of Shopaholics Race Team. They came into today 110 points behind. In fact, all three teams came in 110 points behind Shopaholics Race Team going into today, so a big win would be a big step forward for any of these teams, but they already know that a second place or better in every round from here to the finish, Shopaholics Race Team, they already know that is going to be good enough to win the title. White Gooden is, I believe, a new driver. I don't remember seeing him this season in 2025 in the Team Racing Series. So he's new in. Wasn't able to quite take the pole position in the same way that the others have been doing in the qualifying sessions for these races so far, but he's running up towards the front. That's all you can expect at the moment in these very, very early stages of this race. David Boyer is also involved in this, by the way. He's actually third in line here for Kainarm Racing. He is the 963 AM leader. And that's always helpful as an AM team. If you're getting in amongst the pros, you can use them as a bit of a shield, if you like, to protect your lead. And that's what David Boyer is doing quite well at the moment.
And also retaining a really good distance to the leaders, right? 1.3 is the David Boyer's distance to the leaders. And Kyle Aaron needs to have a good result, right? Being second in the championship. Had a few good promises in Daytona, but couldn't capitalize on the win itself. But let's see if Kyle Aaron is going to be back on top like they were trying to be last season.
On board with that car, number 11. Running through the S's again for the start of lap number 4 of this race. So far they have been able to take 2 second places behind Stallion's GTP. Currently running in second place in this race as well. Plenty of support for Stallions coming in YouTube this afternoon, by the way. Good afternoon to everyone who's watching along, wherever you are in the world. I know it's early afternoon in America or late morning, depending on where you are. Late afternoon here in Europe, getting towards evening time. Good afternoon wherever you are watching along from. This is the big battle for second place again. Christopher Pais in the Imperial Motorsports car has been looking strong so far, and even Gomez has not been able to hold him back. Again, another look to the inside this time for Pais, and surely this time he is going to get himself through. That's second place for Imperial Motorsports, who have taken a first place and a second place so far in the 2 races this season. They're back on track for that again, looking strong early on in this stint.
Absolutely, but they capitalize on Gomez's struggles early on in the race. I think he's not being able to keep up the car up to speed. Meanwhile, the battle around P14 in the overall standings, I think I would say around P6, P7, I would even go into that. Jared Gregory battling his 2 cars, trying to be the sandwich of the GT3R field as we go on the exit of the S's, going around there.
Someone just saying us know that it's Ivan Gomez rather than Ivan. We'll try and get it right. Thanks for correcting us. You're more than welcome to, by the way, if we're getting someone's name wrong. You can send us pronunciations. You're more than welcome. This is the front end of the field in GT3. That's Shane McNeely out front. And then Christopher Pais, then Ivan Gomez, then David Fernandez in 4th place. Also in the group, well, that's it actually, there's no one else in the group. There's a bit of a gap actually back to Ryan Cowley. Thought he was a bit closer than that, but there's Fernandez, and he's got nobody really behind him at the moment. So Gomez is not that far away. He did get past on this lap, but he's putting up a fight in towards 130R in number 911. It's not going to be a dive into the final chicane. Is it going to be a lift off? Not really, just listening in there, just pausing for a second there to listen in. So Gomez sticking with Pais. I can't imagine he's going to be able to do much fuel saving. Actually, he's going to have to push on if he wants to stay with the Imperial Motorsports car in 2nd place.
Yeah, and talking about fuel saving, I know this is one of these tracks that you can actually fuel save. You can go very aggressively on fuel saving, especially on these high speed to low speed corners, right? Turn number 1, you can basically lift off the gas, carry as much speed as you can into turn 1 and 2, and then do pretty much some saving as well on the S's. Believe it or not, you can actually fuel save on the S's. I actually attempted that myself and was a little bit successful doing that. But it's going to be interesting how the dynamic between the top 3 over here is going to go on, because I know Fernandez is doing a really good job applying pressure on Gomez. But I know Gomez's objective right now is not lose Pais away, because we saw Pais be very fast out of the gate already early on in this race. I think his mindset is to not lose sight of that 4.53 early on.
Yeah, it just sounds strange when you mention it there that the fuel saving is possible through the S's. It does make it sound a bit strange, but it is actually, you are right, it is very much possible. And especially in 963s, actually, I find, especially in prototypes.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, the top 2 are absolutely together, and to your point, this is maybe where they are going to do a bit of fuel saving. If you're stuck behind a GT3 through an unideal place, then you can certainly just lift off a little bit and let them do their thing. So they are now onto the back end of the very back end of GT3 land. That is actually Di Vincenzo, who is currently bringing up the rear. He's 25th overall. He's 10th place in the GT3 AM class, and the 963s are now having to come through.
Absolutely, they're going to be starting to basically duck and dive around the GT3 machines, and it's going to be interesting. Where I normally say this is the nerve-wracking moment. The first passing of the faster cars makes usually this a little bit more convoluted, especially on a few corners like the 130R, going around the Castro Triangle because of the braking distance and the brake pressure applied into the corners itself. So hoping everybody can get away unscathed and still have a really good race on our hands.
Thank you, by the way, to Chad Henson for just reminding us to get the Imperial Motorsports paint sorted correctly. We have now done that. I hope so. He's in second place at the moment in that now famous black and gold car that we've been seeing a lot of throughout this season. Change for third place overall. And meanwhile, as Rob Rose passes David Boyer, and suddenly Boyer is really closed in on actually by Jeremy Hall. Just look at him being slightly more conservative through the S's here as he's trying to pass a bit of lap traffic. Hall just following him through, basically. That's going to be a bit of a squeeze. He's not going to be able to go through here. So a couple of Porsches battling in front of him. Now he's going to go through on the inside line. But this is exactly what traffic creates. It can create battles. It can take them away. And for David Boyer, it's created a battle he didn't really want, because he's lost his overall podium, and now he's into the clutches of Jeremy Hall and Rob Cottle, actually, who's not that far away. For the overall front three, it's closer as well as a result of these first skirmishes in traffic.
Absolutely, and for Cottle right there, I think opened up a little bit of a door to try to go on Hall, but because we're on low speed corners, so easy to lose the back end of the car. I think Cottle just couldn't get the 963 up to speed and go around the for P2 in the G963 AM class. So it's going to be interesting how they're going to navigate that. And you were basically saying the guys be more conservative. I think that's the one key thing about these race cars, right? You really want to be aggressive early out of the gate and get yourself into a potential situation where your car can get right down.
Oh, it's side by side, and the Porsche's just in the background. Rob Cole's going to be looking over his shoulder nervously. It was number 912, Callum Atlas, who were just staying ahead of Breaking Bad Racing there. That's an AM versus a pro. Meanwhile, change for the lead. White Gooden has got past Lenny Holland. We'll get a replay of the moment, but the Shopaholics race team have gotten to the front. It seemed that maybe they were just slowed down. Lenny Holland was maybe slowed down out the final corners, and he had to give up the lead in towards turn one with Gooden having a better run. That was a bit more traffic there. That's Shane McNeely, who's leading the race currently in GC3 Pro, but Gooden gets past McNeely and Holland follows, but a change round in the top two. White Gooden taking advantage of that traffic exactly how you'd expect him to. Here it is, just slightly slower out of the corner, only slightly because of the traffic, but that's all the opportunity that White Gooden needed down the inside.
Yeah, and let's see if Holland tried it a little bit, get a little bit feisty coming to turn number one, but I think he didn't. Just lifted off a little bit and allowed Wyatt Gooden pass, and he didn't try to do something with the with Shane McNeely right around the S's, but there wasn't any space for him to go around. And thought about the long race as well. It's a long race, 3 hours and 46 minutes remaining, so you really don't want to be putting yourself in a position where you can find yourself in early trouble and basically compromise the remainder of your race. It's 4 hours of racing, of course, it's entrance, but everything that you go on basically is sprint mindset.
Yeah, every stint is a sprint race. That's for sure. 14 minutes gone, and these two now are in a world of their own. A long way until they have to do any more traffic again. Lenny Holland is just going to have to regroup a little bit here and try and come back again into the lead of the race. We've got the first new leader of the day in that case. Matrix Bronze qualified on pole, along with the other three leaders who are still leading in their respective classes, by the way. But we're now seeing something completely different in 963 Pro. Here come the GT3s again. It doesn't mean the 963s are quite done just yet. That's Kerry Brooks in the background coming through as well. As these guys now make their way into turn number 1. That's Peter Kummer just in front of Mike Patterson. Then behind him, it's Rob Neville and Derek Dirksen. So Patterson is a pro involved in this AM leading battle. And other than the overall leader, you'd say that Gone Racing are probably under the most pressure for their class lead.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to see how that is going to go for them, especially with the standings. We're talking about standings, and you really want to be safe moving forward in this championship. So you want to try to have the biggest cushion going to Portimao and Spa. So that's why we're having this kind of like of internal pressure, if you want to call it at that, on the GT3 classes, because it is a big class in terms of cars, of course, in this racing series. So every battle that you go on kind of like matters.
Yeah, it absolutely does. Through the long right-hander of turn 12 in towards Spoon Curve now. But Kummer is still at the front of the end of this group. It is now just starting to settle in, really. I didn't mention actually earlier that Gary Rice is not too far away in this group either, in number 62. You can just see the yellow and the blue in the background. So he's not too far away. Then Mark Foley, who's trying to keep Aaron Sunday behind, Michael McKinney as well. It's all pretty close in this part of the field, actually. From the AM leader all the way down effectively to the back, although not quite all the way down. Some of those are a little bit further back at the bottom end. So let's go split screen. Two leading battles going on, both on your screen at the moment. On the bottom, the 963 Pro leading fight between Lenny Holland and Wyatt Gooden. And on the bottom hand, it is, or on the top rather, GT3 AM leading battle with Peter Kummer still leading the way in towards turn number 1. Both battles pretty stagnant for the moment. No changes expected in the next few moments. It feels like Holland is going to have to wait for traffic for another opportunity, actually. We'll see whether he can do it in normal driving, but I'm not sure he's going to be able to. I think this could be a bit of a struggle for him to get close in or without traffic, if you like.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's going to take an extra thing for Holland to actually have that opening, or unless Gooden makes a massive blunder around one of the corners. If there's one track where you can actually make massive blunders is around here, Suzuka. Past the triangle is kind of easy for you to do it at. The turn number 1, depending on how you enter and exit it, is also kind of easy. While we're having this battle between Imperio and Can-Am Titan, and then Ivan Gomez actually found a little bit of pace into his car. I think just that it started got a little bit more nerve-wracking for him, but once I think he found his strides around the racetrack, he's starting to find a little bit of a groove. So Pai's now on a massive moment of being pressured by stripes. There were blue and red and white stripes. Sergeant stripes of Gomez.
So look at the gravel there at the final corner, dear. It's all over the place. It's already, even though we're only 20 minutes into this one. Christopher Pai's still in this second place ahead of Ivan Gomez, and just in behind we've got David Fernandez for Gone Broke Racing. So we'll continue to watch them while we report that Kerry Brooks has had to come back to pit lane. The last 10th GTP team already making a pit stop. Now, I suspect that they've had damage right from the moment that they crashed, actually, on lap 1. They just continued on for another 15 minutes or so, so that they would get into a pit stop window that, would line them up quite well for the end of the race. So 16.7 seconds in the box only, but I think by coming in there, they've made sure they can get to the end of the race without making an extra stop compared to the others. In fact, they're just taking their short stop early, effectively, is I think what they're doing, or trying to do.
Yeah, and I think at this part of the race, I think they had to try something different, right? They're not going to lose a lap, which is a good thing, right? Because it's fast fueling on the GTPs, basically, and you can basically go already pedal to the metal out of the gate, but the gap right now to P3 is kind of lengthy. It's 1 minute and 19 seconds. The leader is more than 1 minute and 20. That's more than half a lap. There's nearly a full lap. So it's going to take something extra for maybe to them to get a competitive at the end of the race.
That was pretty close through Spoon, by the way. Gomez through the middle of the corner. Just looked like he was rolling a bit better there than Pies. And so he got a bit close. Through 130R they go. Now on to the brakes for the final chicane. Again, nothing doing for Gomez, who just goes a little bit wide. Misses the apex slightly for that first bit. And there is Brooks again. So I do get the strategy, but this is where it starts to fall down a little bit for me. The fact they've had to come through traffic 3 times already and they've only 1 lap ahead of them. So that suggests poor strategy to me. You've got to wait a little bit longer. I would wait until I would be able to pit and come out ahead of these guys, to be honest with you. But I guess they didn't feel like they had the amount of time to wait there. But you just know 20 minutes in, you shouldn't have lapped the GT3s 3 times and only be 1 lap ahead of them. You know, you need to try and think about your race a little bit better than that, in my opinion, anyway, as Rob Neville, meanwhile, goes side by side with Gary Rice here. And he can't get through for number 62, so he'll stay behind. But yeah, Gary Brooks off into the distance again. These GT3s have been seeing a lot of him.
Yeah, and another thing about that is they managed to make their sister GT3 M car lose 1 position in the class because Dirksen, I think, overtook him on the Castle Triangle, and Neville kind of struggled with the grip coming out of the corner. Just, I think, only now he actually regained some of the grip on his 911 GT3R 992. So it's a little bit of a complicated situation, but nothing we can do is those things of multi-class racing, right? Traffic gives, traffic takes, and sometimes because of traffic taken away from you, you're not going to take not only time, you're going to maybe lose a position or 2. You just got to keep your head down and try to do your best to try to gain that back as the race goes on.
Here, meanwhile, is Wyatt Gooden at the front of the race, with Lenny Holland just in behind. Traffic for the 2nd time, and Gooden just looking down the inside. Couldn't quite do it on the way in towards Spoon Curve. So Holland's got a chance here. He gets a good enough run, and he certainly does. He's in the slipstream as well. Gooden moves slightly strangely to the... looked like he was going to go around the outside, but he moves to the inside now, past the alternative pit lane here at Suzuka. Now through 130R. He's had to lift off slightly there, Gooden, but Holland had to lift off more. And there's the danger. Sometimes it presents you with a chance. Sometimes it actually blocks your path completely to making a pass for the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Holland had to lift off again because of coming out of the corner whenever he wanted to power out. There was a car, I think, from the Breaking Bad racing right out in front and made him lose a little bit more time. But the important thing is Shopaholics and Matrix Bronze are close to one another. I think this is the closest we've seen them fight. It's maybe since Road Atlanta. I think they had battles like that early on. They just couldn't keep up that as the race went on, but still really good racing between them. And you can see how the difference of how the drivers are overlapping other cars, how aggressive they're being or committed they're being to try to cut down time on their opponents.
So brilliant watching GTP come through on GT3. Find it absolutely therapeutic to watch almost. It's just brilliant. Wyatt Gooden leads the way here in the number 27. I think that's Thomas Briggs in YouTube chat. Good afternoon to him, cheering his team on. He's been a big part of the effort so far this season that has got them a maximum 710 points out of a maximum of 710. They're the only team in any class to do that. That's with 2 race wins and a double fastest lap as well. 2 fastest laps in the first 2 races. So Gooden leads by a second now over Holland, but look at the gap that these front GT3 pros are pulling over the rest. But Ryan Cowley's 10 seconds behind David Fernandez here. Here you can see on the bottom of your screen, battling away for second in GT3 Pro. And so just as these 963s think they're done, they're not quite. They've got just a little bit more, just 3 cars to go.
Yeah, absolutely. Just I would say the 963 leaders only have these 3 cars as they go down the front straight, and then potentially Shane McNeely 4 seconds ahead whenever they catch them up, I think, at the end of Dunlop. But other than that, really good racing between everybody. But most importantly, and this is something that Ramiro, our producer, has brought up to us, no incidents so far in this race. As the gap finally breaks away from the 1 second gap, even further away than 1 second. It's 2 seconds, so it's going to take something extra from Lenny Holland to get actually closer back to Wyatt Gooden again.
Well, I think number 27 has shown exactly why they've been able to take the full maximum 710 points from the first 2 races, just in these last 25 minutes, to be honest. Taking pole position, not so important. Getting a good run through traffic first time round, not in terms of luck, but in terms of actually negotiating the traffic you do encounter well. Well, Wyatt Gooden has absolutely done that to a T so far. And actually, SC Team Red have caught up quite a lot to Lenny Holland in these last few moments. Oh, that was close. Goodness me. Christopher Pies would have been breathing in heavily there as Rob Rose got through on the inside line. It just shows you can't take your eye on the ball at any moment, even through turn 11, or turn 10 rather, which many would think is just a flat-out corner before the hairpin.
Yeah, you were saying take a breathe moment. I actually breathed kind of hard over here, not gonna lie. So if the drivers are doing that, imagine the commentators like myself who does occasionally drive from time to time.
Yeah, it's one of those moments that just makes you sit upright quite quickly in these races. And that's exactly what we're here for. The 963s are not done just yet, by the way. Still plenty to come through. It's Carnarvon Racing next up in the 963 AM standings. They're 8 seconds ahead of Standings GTP and 11 ahead of Late Breakers Racing, who are not that far apart at the moment, but these GT3s are certainly in a world of their own at the moment. Christopher Pies, Ivan Gomez and David Fernandez in the front of the field, 2nd, 3rd and 4th, just in behind Matrix Black, who are leading this race currently just under half an hour gone in the 4 hours of Suzuka. And it's been a remarkably clean start. I mean, I'm not sure how many people would have predicted that. You were just talking about there, no incidents at the start of the race, pretty much. I mean, Kerry Brooks spinning into the walls, the only one. Nobody would have predicted that from the first half an hour.
Nope, no, not at all. I agree 100%. And even then, it was a self-inflicted incident. It wasn't a car-on-car incident, if you want to call it that, which is really good, especially for a track that I think we've commentated this time and time again, right, Ewan? I think we have the experience. I certainly do. If I call Connery Maddock, he knows what I'm talking about. But look how close it got around turn 11, just before the hairpin.
And you know what makes me laugh a little bit, or giggle slightly, is that Rob Rose is flashing his lights as if that makes any difference at all. As if Pies hasn't seen him coming. No, he's certainly seen him coming in the big red machine, but didn't think it. I don't think Pies quite thought that he would actually do that at turn 10, but he did. And it's remarkably close. That's one of the closer moments we've seen to proper car contact today. Thankfully, it worked out.
Yeah, I think because I might be wrong, because I haven't done GTP racing in quite a while over here. Whenever the IMSA series goes around Suzuka, but then again, I haven't done any official series in like 86 years ago, since the Titanic actually fell. But then, but as far as I can recall, as far as I can recall, the line that you would do is set yourself up on the left-hand side, not clip the. If you're in the GTP, you would not be clipping the apex. You would be doing that around the outside because you want to set yourself up to the hairpin braking, and you want to be as close to the inside as it can possibly be. So might have been just a miscommunication error between the drivers right there, but then again, it's Suzuka. Everything's fast as you come out of Dagener, so nothing much you can do right there. It's just have to hold your breath and make sure you can get away out of the corner unscathed. Yeah,
absolutely. Now, I have seen a couple of races actually here in the in Suzuka in terms of multi-class racing. Actually, this circuit does constantly surprise me with how clean everyone's able to do the lap traffic business through here.
Yeah.
You know, I've been very impressed every time I've watched one of these sort of multi-class races at Suzuka. So I think it's a good addition to the calendar. Bit of a challenge, something you don't actually see in real life very often. I think only Super GT really goes here as a multi-class series.
Super Tycoon, actually.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah, that's true as well. But yeah, I mean, not many. Certainly not many international series. Those two are obviously regional series, effectively. Not international series like the World Endurance Championship, for example, or IMSA. Although that would be slightly weird. You know, it's not something you see very much of, and I think you know, actually watching these interactions take place in real life certainly helps me actually when I'm preparing to do a multi-class race as a faster class in a faster class car. You watch what the real life pros do, and it translates into iRacing very well, and you sort of learn off of what happened in real life if it is a real life race that you're sort of imitating. Around here, you don't really get any of that experience. You just got to sort of figure it out for yourself, and so far these drivers certainly have.
Absolutely, it's a good parameter. I think McKinney is going to find himself into 130R. Can he commit to that though? Stay side by side and make it out of the corner? Oh, they can make it out of the corner, but he's not going to be able to open it. But yeah, there isn't too many parameters you can kind of like base yourself on and come over here while doing research. I'm trying to think of the last time we've seen Suzuka receive a multi-class race. I know it's Super Tycoon, but even then, it's not even compared to what they were doing over here in GTPs and GT3s. It's normally GT3s, GT4s, TCRs, something more on that nature of cars though. But then again, Suzuka is not a track that normally would receive this kind of racing because it is super tight in comparison to what they do in WEC for Fuji.
Yeah, as you say, it's GT3 really that is the top class for Super Tycoon, and that is that's very different to this. You know, it's its own form of racing, and it is absolutely multi-class. You know, in the almost purest sense of the word, it's absolutely multi-class racing, but it isn't at the speed at which these 96.3s are going. As McKinney again is having a look there in number 7 on Aaron Sunday in the Stallions GT3 car, number 25. He goes through the second Degner. Last year, for example, here at Suzuka, it was a 5-hour race, by the way, that they took part in. But the classes were not. It wasn't all the classes. It was GT3s, but they did reduce it slightly. So yeah, you don't often get that reference point that maybe you do in some other categories and for some other races. This is GT3 AM. I think this is one of the most interesting categories to look at actually so far in this race. Just over half an hour gone here at Suzuka, and have a look at this. Number 7, leading the championship at the moment by 105 points. That's not the thing to be worried about. The thing to be worried about is the fact they're in 6th place for Michael McKinney at the moment and seems to be stuck behind Aaron Sunday.
Yeah, but you can notice as well, there's a little bit of a sense of, I'm not going to say desperation, but a little bit of a sense of what am I, how hard can I push this car to go around and avoid incident points, because there's some portions of the track where you can easily get an off-track incident, and occurring those, it can make your race not worthwhile. But you can sense that he's pushing the car to the absolute limit of his GT3, but he's not being able to do that on the proper places around the racetrack. We saw that at Degner. He had no room to do an overtake because the car in front basically just stuck up itself on the entry of the corner and kind of like just hug the apex and give you no room for you to overtake around the outside or inside. So I think it's just trying to remain your calm, build up the grip inside the car, don't avoid overheating the tires a little bit over here, and then set yourself off again. You know you got the pace. It is just cool yourself down and find the proper places for you to do that overtake that you are looking for.
7 tenths slower than Aaron Sunday on that last lap, Michael McKinney. So he'll regroup and come back again. Other battles that go on for position in the circuit include that one still for 2nd place in GT3 Pro, although they really are just following each other. And Rob Neville versus Gary Rice for 16th overall. It's not actually a battle in class, but they are sort of fighting into class, if you like. Rob Neville driving for the last 10th Purple AM team. Gary Rice still trying to get through in the Breaking Bad Racing Pro team at the moment. They are just a few positions further up ahead from these guys, and a few positions behind these guys at the front of the field. Christopher Pye is still ahead of Ivan Gomez. This, to me, has all the look of a very early race GT3 battle in which there's more fuel saving going on than wheel-to-wheel racing.
Oh yeah, I agree. I think this is going to be more separated. The gaps are going to be more wide whenever they go and do their pit stops. I don't think it's going to be like huge gaps, like 5, 6, 7 second gaps, unless they go ultra conservative on the pit lane. But other than that, I think it's going to be around 3 seconds max, depending on how you take your strategy on the pit lane.
So 3 hours 25 still to go here at Suzuka. The Porsche Club of America Team Racing Series rolling into its halfway stage with another 4-hour race. The only one taking place outside of North America and Europe. Spice hits the curb pretty hard there through the first Tegner. Just gets it slowed up in time for the second. And Ivan Gomez just closes in a little bit as well as a result there in this battle for second place. So GT3s, they're really bringing the action at the moment. The 963s are pretty spread apart, although they are about to change again, I suppose, with the traffic upon us for the third time. And soon enough, it's going to become a constant, really, as we get through the middle point of the race. But I can't help it, just feels so different to Road Atlanta. It was very soon at Road Atlanta in which the field was completely spread apart and there was traffic constantly for the 963s. I'm sure there was a stage quite early on in the race where those 963s had their last lap without traffic interruptions. However, that's not the case really here at Suzuka. You've got to go through all of them at once, then you get a few laps on your own, then you've got to come through all of them again, and it just goes round in circles like that.
Yeah, but I think it speaks to the nature of the racetrack as well, right? Because Road Atlanta, you have so many spots where you can kind of like make or break the traffic to about a 2-second fold. Let's just say around the S's on the entry of turn number 5, right? And you can kind of like do that. Over here is a little bit more difficult because it is a flowing track of sorts. You can basically do the overlaps without prejudicing too much whoever the lower classes. In Road Atlanta, it's more commitment and well, screw the slower traffic, right? Because I kind of have to take my time away. But in here, that's why we're seeing closer gaps. But this, like I said before, we were talking. I think what is going to make or break the strategy over here of the cars being closer or not is going to be pit stops.
Michael McKinney, last time round, set another great lap time for Imperial Motorsports' Handsome Hawk. It was a 2:01.6, which at this stage in the race is quicker than anybody up to these guys. David Fernandez, who is up in 4th place in GT3 overall, but McKinney's an AM driver, so for that to be the quickest time, 5th quickest time, when there are 8 pro teams, for example, that is very, very impressive indeed. There's McKinney. He's on the inside of Sunday now, just as GTP traffic comes up again. Sunday on the inside line through the Tegners. Surely he's not going to go around the outside through Tegner 1 and 2. That would be unbelievable. Michael McKinney with one of the overtakes of the season round the outside of Aaron Sunday in the 25 Stallions GT3. The Imperial Motorsports car's back, but Sunday's not having any of it. Dive down the inside. He gets him back again. A great battle between the two, and McKinney flashes his lights as if to say, what's that for? I've just done one of the overtakes of the season, and he's just taken the position straight back again.
Wow, and without any contact and knowing there are 2 faster cars fighting for position in the AIM class, so Hall and Cottle also battling for position while they're actually battling for position in the GT3 M class. And you can see a little bit of a mistake now from Sunday coming out of the spoon corner because the car gets a little bit light under power on the downhill. And you can see McKinney trying to ride the shaft off that GT3R. And but he's not going to have any room whatsoever for him to do that overtake on the Paso Triangle.
Goodness me, that was a battle and a half. One of the overtakes of the season from McKinney. Immediately responded with a dive from Aaron Sunday down the inside. Aggressive racing, and the flash of the lights from McKinney suggested that he wasn't very impressed that Sunday did it. But I mean, who can blame him? I didn't see anything wrong in the move myself. It was aggressive. As you said at the time, it was without contact. I don't think McKinney could have any complaints with the rules, just complaints that this is happening to him at the moment, and he's struggling to make progress quite how much he would want to be doing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think it's the fact that it was a middle-late dive, but still a legal dive, if you want to call it that, right on the hairpin. Now I think Cotto is going to be on the back burner right here, but not quite. Actually, both of them make around Degener, but I think there is a blue car, that blue car, at the back of the fold, that I think got a little bit prejudiced around the around Degener. Just got an off track, but still managed to go back on track without losing too much time. That
was Mike Patterson in the SC Team Blue, number 29 Porsche. The GT3, I should say, they're all Porsches. Down in towards Spoon. Jeremy Hall versus Rob Cottle. They are nearly 30 seconds behind David Boyer for Kainauer Racing, and this is for Stallion's GTP rather. A bit of a worrying opening to this race. If they were to lose out to Kainauer Racing, it could be trouble for the remainder of the season. They're going to get caught late on. 3 rounds still to go. On board with Cottle in the Late Breakers Racing number 17 car. He's finished 3rd and last in the of his team rather in the 963 AM category all season long so far. They're going to be hoping for a little bit better as they go over the line to complete another lap. This is the start, by the way, of lap number 24. Still going, as you'd expect from these fuel tanks. Cottle was able to get close through the traffic. Now that's gone away. It feels like a bit more of a distant threat, really, in this battle for second place.
Yeah, absolutely. But at least there, it's more calm. The fact that they have a clear racetrack for them to go on. It is just what the P3 needs to do. It's just what the Cotto needs to do. Be calm and go fast. It basically says that on the inner front arch of his front wheels. So just take your time, build up the heat of make sure that you find the proper grip around the corners, and you eventually might find yourself around the Stallion GTP. Meanwhile, something happened to Derek Derrickson final corner. Oh, okay. That'll position.
Yeah, so that's the change for the lead. Apologies for not getting to that earlier. That's Can-Am Atlas going past Gombrok Racing. Peter Kummer there just going a bit wide through the final chicane, and Derek Derrickson takes the lead in 9:12. So Can-Am Atlas to the front after a mistake from Peter Kummer just in behind. And that's been a sort of battle of building pressure for a while as well, much like this is Jeremy Hall slicing himself in between the edge of the road and the outside line of the Ivan Gomez number 911 car. He just about squeezes himself through, and that bit of bravery has just bought himself a little bit of time over the Late Breakers Racing team, who will only just get through in towards turn 1. It has opened a gap in GT3 though, as you'd expect, because that was pretty close.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And Gomez, I think, had to weave his car a little bit to try to avoid any potential crashes with the GTPs, but also lost a little bit of time in the process to Chris Pye. So that was a little bit of an advantage for not only to the front GTP of this AM battle, but also to the GT3 Pro battle that Pye is finding himself on right now.
And they're all chasing that car there, the Matrix Black number 13, driven by Shane McNeely, leading the way at the moment, pretty comfortably out front. We'll be able to chat to some of those drivers who've been involved in front battles at some point throughout the middle of the race as well. As Derek Derrickson indeed leads the battle here in GT3 AM as well. He is passed by Kerry Brooks, I think that is, in the last 10th GTP car, but Derrickson looks like he deserves this lead, to be honest. 0.6 of a second now ahead of Peter Kummer, who has just slightly got off the boil in this second half of the stint. Hour-long stints here in GT3, don't forget. It's pretty difficult to stay right on it for the whole thing, and Derrickson has seemingly got a bit quicker as he's gone along.
Yeah, no, but not only that, he got a more constant with the lap times. He didn't fell off in terms of delta, in terms of lap time. So that's what also helped Derrickson to get into the lead, and didn't do a lot of mistakes, which is also kind of important. We talked about the tires maybe starting to fade away towards the latter portion of your stint. I would say very late portion of your stint. That's where the tires are going to start to feel a little bit of a hurt. But also we know the weather is very mild and kind of like cold, if you want to call it that, for the end of Japanese winter to the transition of spring in Japan. I know the cherry blossoms are starting to grow over there, so unfortunately we don't see any on the racetrack.
No, not anywhere near, to be honest. This circuit, there is, we're looking at the movers and shakers, by the way, in the different classes. 963 AM, not much has changed. Not much in GT3 Pro either, compared to the action we've seen in terms of battling for second place, for example. We'd be surprised to see that on the left-hand side. Imperial Motorsports, the only ones to have moved forward into second place, because Shane McNeely is well out front leading. Meanwhile, we'll stop that for a second, because the race leader is in. In fact, it is pit stop time. There's 3 teams in pit lane. Lenny Holland follows White Gooden in. Jim Walsh from GT3 comes in for a very early pit stop. But these are the moments you've got to execute properly. And without problem, Gooden now pulls to a stop and hands over to David Glenn, who will do the next part of the race. Joe Sinclair will do the next part of the race for the Matrix Bronze team, who will now be running just behind Shabolik's race team. They'll probably be running last for a short while.
Yeah, and also another thing that we're going to be looking on is not only their pace, but see how the new tires are going to kick in on those cars, right? We haven't talked about the new tires that are going to come in for the GTPs, though. We can talk about that in a little bit, but a good first stint for Wyatt Gooden and the Shopaholics. So looking forward to see if they're going to be able to continue that charge as they go on into the race, but. A very late stint for the GTPs of sorts. 48 minutes, basically, this whole stint for them so far. I would say maybe 50 is doable, but I would say you have to kind of like hard fuel save up for you to do that kind of delta in terms of fuel stint.
Yeah, it looks like that's sort of the comfortable place to be, really. 45 minutes. We'll see how much that is the theme throughout the day. As Christopher Pais and Ivan Gomez continue to fight. SC Team Red now coming from the front of the field. That's Rob Rose in the lead of the race, and that gives David Boyer the overall lead in the Kainaram Racing number 11 car. So 963 AM now in the lead of this one, which is not something you're too used to seeing. But only brief while this goes on. The interesting thing I think about GTP actually here today, these 963s, 45 minutes doesn't quite fit into a four-hour race quite as well as you'd hope. Bring you out at, what, 2 hours and a half to go, then 1 hour 45, then 1 hour. Then you've got, what, 15 minutes spare at the end of the race. So you're going to need to go, if you want to cut out another pit stop, another 3 minutes or so, and maybe those teams that have gone round for another time, round for a 28 flat, maybe they're in a better position field-wise.
Yeah, I agree. It's going to be an interesting topic moving forward because you were saying the fuel length of these cars are about an hour. They actually go as far as I'm concerned. The last time I commentated was the Suzuka, the iRacing Suzuka 10 hours. That we commentated or 6 hours, like back in 2022 or 2023. The stint length for these cars can go up to 1 hour and I think 6 minutes. So you can go for quite a lengthy period on this car. It's just a matter of see how you're gonna be doing that as Matrix Bronze goes up in the lead of the race. Interesting enough.
So David Glenn's pit stop was 1 minute 21.6. I thought something looked wrong about it, and it was. So we'll try and get a replay as to their entry to the pit lane, because I reckon they must have sped on pit lane as they've been getting their tyres up to temperature. Mark Frost is now at the wheel. Rob Rose, though, who was at the wheel, was gaining time on the warmer tyres. Now Joe Sinclair has been able to overtake and get into the front. So we've got Joe Sinclair leading for Matrix Bronze, followed by Mark Frost for SC Team Red. Kerry Brooks is right behind him, having made his short pit stop already. And David Glenn is in 4th place for the Shopaholics race team, all covered by less than 25 seconds at the moment. It's close, but it's a change for the lead because of a penalty to the previous race leaders.
It is not a penalty imbued by race control, it's won by iRacing, which it just makes it a whole lot worse. It's just like, no, we can take that away, we're sorry, and you just shrug it off, and nothing much you can do about that. Oh, near contact.
Towards the final chicane, last 10th GTP going through. They're on less fuel at the moment. Their fuel load is a bit lighter, so that is perhaps a reason why they are they're going through at the moment. But not taking anything away from them. They are in the second place legitimately now. Kainan Racing come out just in behind them. So Charlie Boyer now is at the wheel. That one, David Boyer was at the wheel before. Jeremy Hall and Volker Krebs will leave the pit lane as the drivers of the other two. That means Jeremy Hall's the only GTP driver, I think, staying in the car after just 45 to 50 minutes. That just surprised me a little bit, to be honest, that more of these drivers aren't going to go double stint, although I suppose these guys might have done qualifying, probably a bit of practice as well. So when you actually put all that together, they've been driving for well over an hour at this stage, getting out after the first stint. Maybe it makes more sense when you look at it like that.
Absolutely. And one more thing I really wanted to try to see if we can get another driver talking about it. Oh, yeah, I got close to call around turn number 1, is the physicality aspect. Because they are going to 3 very distinct racetracks, right? Daytona, people often talking about being an easy racetrack. There isn't a lot of curves or a lot of physicality involved, right? You can kind of relax around the oval section. Road Atlanta, you just get more involved with the fact that it's a short racetrack and you're basically banging around the cars of your class or the length of having GTPs going around you every single time, or even LMP2s of sorts going around every single time. It just makes it more nerve-wracking over it. But over here, you have all these things, and you have a longer racetrack with lots of elevation, some very demanding curves like the S's and Spoon. So I wonder if the physicality basically increases its level of workload in comparison to, let's just say, Road Atlanta, as they just raced in the previous race.
Yeah, it feels like a similar challenge in some ways, but different in so many others. With 3 hours, 8 minutes to go, I'll just remind you one more time that the Princess Cruises of the 2025 PCA title sponsors alongside us here at the Porsche Club of America Sim Racing Series. As the official cruise vacation partner of Series 13, they provide exclusive offers, including world-leading itineraries across a fleet of 16 elegant ships sailing to more than 330 global destinations. Reach out to the PCA concierge team to book your next adventure today by calling 833-679-2188. Also, I'd like to remind you, by the way, that we've got another special event coming up here at the Porsche Club of America in early May at the 6 Hours of Spa, which is an Operation Motorsport benefit event. It is here on iRacing, 6 hours of racing at the Spa at Francorchamps circuit. That is May 4th, Sunday, May the 4th, at the very popular Spa Francorchamps. If you want more information on the race and indeed how to enter, you can visit pcasimracing.com/opmo6 hours. That's OPMO6, the number 6, and then hours. You can register over there as well. Operation Motorsport, of course, veteran recovery through motorsport, a great event on the early part of May, with the broadcast starting midday Eastern time. There's your link for your registration, by the way, if you want to get involved in that race on the 4th of May. Very much hope to see you there for that one in 2 months' time. Here at Suzuka, race continues with just over 3 hours to go, and Kerry Brooks is our race leader for the last 10th GTP team. Here they are 1.7 seconds in front, but it is a change. Kerry Brooks, having passed Joe Sinclair pretty recently, will get the replays of those coming up for you pretty shortly. But that's a couple of lead changes in the last few moments. I think both through mistakes. So we know that Chopolic's race team sped in the pit lane, or we think we know that, into the pit stop phase. And I think Joe Sinclair also made a mistake. So a couple of lead changes given up in ways that they certainly wouldn't have wanted to.
Absolutely, but the good factor is there's still 3 hours of racing left, and there's a lot of things undecided. But of course, it just increases the difficulty of the driver to try to recover that deficit they just put themselves on, right? But it's doable. You can take 30 to 25 seconds away, or all right, let's go 30 seconds away in 3 hours. I think it's a doable job. I've done that.
Yeah. If you can, you know.
If I can, people can do it as well. That's what I want to say. And I'm a weekend driver, so.
Meanwhile, battle for second continues between Christopher Pais and just in behind him, Ivan Gomez. David Fernandez was staying with them quite well earlier, but not so much anymore. As Gary Rice, by the way, comes into pit lane from the moment. Here is number 27 coming in pit lane. And I believe speeding, Lorenzo, but from there it didn't look like they were too panicked. It wasn't David Glenn at the time, but it was speeding in the pit lane, I believe, that has given over the lead. And there he's pulling in towards his box. I don't see any other speeding that he would have done there throughout the rest of it. No, it's got to have been on the entry. That's the only thing I can think of, really.
Yeah, same. I think that that was Wyatt, I think, just coming in way too hot. And I don't know if you had the we often talk about I think on top level whenever we talk about top split racing that the guys don't use the pit limiter, right? They try to slow down to the basically to the limit of what the pit limiter would normally give you. Like, for example, 80 kilometers. They go around, they do 80, but they can't keep around 81, 82, what they would normally give around the warning. I think that's what didn't happen for Wyatt Gunnar right there, and that's why he got the penalty as such.
There's his long stop. I think we're trying to find the pass for Kerry Brooks for the lead on Joe Sinclair at the moment as well. So we'll just get that up in a few moments' time as well. But it's Last 10th GTP who are currently leading the race. They are winless so far this season because Chopolic's race team have taken both of those victories. The other three teams are tied on points for second place with 600. So it's a very big day as we head towards halfway in this season. Nearly 9 hours gone in the season of the 20 hours that we have. We've got 5 rounds, and we'll be back at Portimao in 5 weeks' time. Same time, same place as here today. And then 5 weeks after that, we'll be at Spa for the final round of the season as well. So we look forward to that one. As the Autocross's racing car comes into pit lane, Ryan Cowley. Kevin Orr is in pit lane at the moment as well, and has been for just over a minute now. So it's a long stop for Cat 5 Racing. 10th place in the GT3 AM class. This, meanwhile, is Rob Neville versus Michael McKinney. And the Imperial Motorsports car has been climbing its way through the field through this race so far. Rob Neville next up for McKinney, who is now 4th in the AM class.
Yeah, and you can still sense a little bit of a, I'm not going to say sense of urgency coming in from McKinney right there, but near contact with Neville. I think Neville just lost a little bit of grip coming out of Dunlop. And that's why McKinney got a little bit closer to probably he expected it to be. While we look into the other, is that the same car that had a mistake around that?
That's the number 4 car, Jonathan Raber, I'm not sure. But clipping the inside curve through Degner 1. And a spin to the inside. They are still running in 7th, Jonathan Rabbit, about 5 seconds off the next car, so that's still going at least, but it looked like a classic mistake through the Degners. Actually, a surprise we've had to wait over an hour to see one, though.
Yeah, I agree. Normally, whenever you clip that inside curb, the car gets super bouncy, and it's kind of hard for you to catch on, especially if you are turning the car around, which is apparently what happened right there for Reber, and thus the car spun into that inside portion of Degner. Luckily for him, no cars around, and therefore no incidents of car-on-car contact, as you can see the Matrix bronze car going around.
That's Stowe Sinclair now 3 seconds off of the lead. We'll be going forward with Ivan Gomez as we approach the hour mark. You'll be heading off in a few moments here, Lorenzo. Hour gone here in this race at the 4 hours of Suzuka. What have you made of the opening parts of this race, the opening stint of this race, which is just coming to a close now for our GT3 teams?
I think it's in for everybody. Super clean racing. We haven't seen car-on-car incidents, which is the important stuff. A lot of strategies being played out for the GTP car, especially on the GTP, on the 963M cars. They went a lap extra to the leaders, so everybody basically on the same strategy. Looking forward to see what the next 3 hours of racing will bring now that Jake's gonna take over from me.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Lorenzo, for being alongside myself, Ian O'Leary, for the first hour of this race in the Porsche Club America Team Racing Series for 4 hours of Suzuka. We're an hour away from halfway in our Team Racing Series for 2025, by the way. Still 3 hours from the conclusion of our only race in Asia this season. Jake Sperry joining me. Good afternoon. It's good to be alongside you, Ian. We're in the midst of pit stops here at one of the more difficult races of our season here at Suzuka. We've just less than 3 hours to go, only just betting ourselves into this one, really.
Yeah, and because we're just into the pit stop cycle, we're about an hour in, and these drivers are now starting to work out, well, what is our strategy compared to everyone else around? I think we're sitting down in and saying, well, how do you form the basis of this race? Two more coming in then from your GT category. So it's Gombrot Racing with David Fernandez, who jumps in along with Matrix Black. So your overall leaders have jumped in. So Matt Siddle is down in there in the pits, and there might be driver changes about. And I think we've just seen one at Can-Am Titan as they've just put Jason Finch in.
We have seen plenty of driver changes early here, and so we'll report some of those back to you now. Matt Siddle has gotten in for Shea McNeely in number 13. Jason Finch is into number 911. David Fernandez staying in to the Gombrot Racing car as well. A few more carrying on though. Christopher Pies is going on for one more lap. Rob Neville jumping up through the field because he's going on one more lap as well, but pretty much everybody else is in. It looks like 30 laps is the limit, and that's what you need to get to if you're going to do just 3 stops here this afternoon. Out of the pit lane comes the others. Now, Jason Finch, where is he in relation to Fernandez? He should be ahead and is as they come out of the pit lane. Pies is going to be carrying on one more, so he's going to be probably a little bit different to these two, to be honest, as they try and get the tyre warm-up correct through here at Suzuka. Anthony DiVincenzo rockets up the field as well because he hasn't stopped yet. He goes to second in the GT3 AM standings. Peter Kummer is going to stay in the car for Gombrot Racing. Patrick Adamczyk gets into the Can-Am Atlas car. Mark Foley staying into the Stallions car. Michael McKinney staying into number 7. So a mixed bag really in GT3. All of the 963s bar one changed driver at the end of the opening stint. That's not been the case here in GT3, where it's been a real mix.
Well, I think that's actually a rather interesting strategy that you've got, that most drivers are going to be happy to change their drivers after just the run of the hour. So when you're sitting down and you're looking at trying to build through a 4-hour race, you've got 2 real options that you've got. You can either send a driver in and go 2 hours and 2 hours, or you can have that decision to go, well, I'll send a driver in for an hour. Well, actually, you've got 3 strategies now, because you could just switch at every pit stop, and then that keeps the drivers the most fresh out there. You're not extending them too much. Or you can say, well, I want the middle driver to go and do the middle 2 hours, and then basically have yourself the sandwich sort of strategy, where you got one driver in at the beginning and the same driver jumps in at the end. So it just depends on how teams feel, whether there's comfort around with what they're doing, and I really think that we're going to be in for a really nice treat of great racing as that all brings it to play. Ryan Cowley as close as you like here with Rodney Campbell behind. This is Autocross's racing against against Breaking Bad Racing, as they go about their business. And this is where in category you're looking at, well, where do you make this move? The run to Spoon, very difficult, and you're going to have to abandon ship there, Rodney, because he very nearly went straight into the back of Ryan Cowley there.
Yeah, the stewards will be watching that kind of thing. If you rear-end someone into Spoon curve, you're almost certain to be having a penalty and drive through a little bit later on in the day. So we've got to be very careful of that as they fight for the last spot inside the top 5. You just see in behind them, by the way, they're certainly not alone. Michael McKinney in the Imperial Motorsports car is just in behind them as Kerry Brooks comes in from the lead. He is slightly off strategy compared to the other GTPs, so it'll be 3 stops to go after this one for him as he splits the 3 hours into 45-minute stints. Meanwhile, I just saw someone returning from the off the circuit there, just in front of this battle for 3rd place, now 2nd in GTP in 963 land.
Well, Casey Brooks has just missed the box, so that's not going to be great. And there has just been a penalty handed in to the number 7 Imperial Motorsports Handsome Hawk team. So they've been caught out at the 1 hour 2 minute mark in sim. So that would have been about 5 minutes ago that they got caught out there. So Michael McKinney's team are going to have to take a little bit of a trip here back down the lane. So disastrous for them in terms of what they were looking for. And they'll be certainly staring down the barrel now in the AM category of seeing the Stallions go by not just the R team, but the double R team. So that could be problematic. But you really are getting a sense here now that if you are going to get yourself in trouble early, you are going to have to try and make it up through the rest of this race. And this isn't, by any stretch of the imagination, the easiest category to go out there to race to get the results that's wanted. So you're looking around, that AM category, it's looking mighty impressive right now with the likes of Last 10 Purple just coming out of the pits and finding themselves strong. So, you know, this is not great in a scenario where you're picking up that sort of penalty here.
And look who's taking advantage as well. Just a change for the lead there in the last few moments in GT3 AM. Peter Kummer getting past Patrick Adamczyk. The reason that's important, it's because Imperial Motorsports are leading the championship at the moment. Gone Broke Racing are the closest, alongside Stallions, who are at 5th and 6th at the moment in both of their teams. But it is the Gone Broke Racing team who are taking advantage at the moment by taking the lead. And there's Callum Atlas, Patrick Adamczyk newly into the car, taking over from Derek Turkson. This is a bit of a rude awakening, but maybe a reason as to why you would leave your driver in from the 1st hour to the 2nd. Peter Kummer is nice and warmed up. He's fresh and ready to go for the 2nd hour after a fairly successful first 60 minutes. Patrick Adamczyk fresh into the car with only 3 laps under his belt in this race so far. He's got to get up to speed, and while he's doing that, he's losing time, and now he's lost the lead.
And that's what happens when you switch drivers. You might not have a driver who is as confident when he gets in behind the car, he gets a fresh set of tyres on, he doesn't necessarily get everything he wants. So that's going to be a little bit problematic. Speaking of which, you've got the Gone Broke Racing car here trying to get past Can-Am Titan for position. This is for 3rd position in category right now. They've got the AM of Kevin Orr and the Cat 5 Racing team who have just come back out onto circuit after losing 2 laps there just on the crossover down in the pit. So they're really trying to gain back anything they can down at the bottom of the field. But Finch at the moment keeping Fernandez honest at this stage, and you can't get more American than a car that's plastered in red, white and blue.
If I could learn how to turn my mic on, that'd be good. Yeah, they've got some very good patriotic liveries for both the US flag and the Canadian flag as well. Can-Am, the Can-Am team, has just slipping through on the inside line there. Jason Finch holding on from David Fernandez at the moment as they get past some lap traffic. Cat 5 Racing, Kevin Orr is the driver they just slipped past. Spent nearly 3 minutes into pit lane in number 74. Meanwhile, this is what happened to Michael McKinney. Rear-ending one of the 963s. That looks like Late Breakers Racing to me, who just seemed to dive in front of him, stop very quickly indeed. McKinney didn't react, rear-ended them, and that, I believe, is where their black flag came from.
Yeah, that would have been either Rob Cottle or Volker Krebs who was behind the wheel there. So take a look. This is Jeremy Hall, number 19 car. Oh, and that's the issue you're going to run into here with the 963 versus these Porsches. And yeah, you can see that again on the rejoins they go through. There's also been an issue, I think, for Last 10 Purple, who have found themselves in the barriers out of 130R. So Jeremy Hall, when you've got a car out there like the Porsche prototype that they've got out there and they're working with, It is so easy as Neville hits the barriers there. It's so easy to think that you've got all the pace in the world and you can dive through and you can gain all the time out there, here, there, and everywhere. The one issue you've got is that when you're going through the low-speed corners, you've got as much mechanical grip as your GTs out there. So it's very much a case that the GT3 R992 will match you in the slow speed corners like the Nissan brake hairpin that we just saw there, and you are going to be dancing around those low speed corners, and also you're going to see that too at the Astamo chicane, the final chicane out there on track. So you are looking around and going, well, please let's not get ourselves into trouble too much, but this is the style of racing out there where if you're not paying attention, especially if you're in the GT3s, you're running up the back of the prototypes, and it's so easy to do.
Yeah, it was Jeremy Hall who found himself in the wall, and apologies, I say it was Late Breakers Racing, misidentified. It was the Stallions GTP car, and ironically they rejoined right in front of their teammates, the Stallions GT3 team, one of the two AM entries we've got for this race this afternoon. Pretty awkward team moment going on between those two there, but thankfully it didn't result in any contact really, as we follow a battle a bit further down in GT3 Pro. I haven't seen too much of the back end of GT3 Pro, but that's because these guys haven't been battling too much. Ryan Cowley and Rodney Campbell, though, ever since getting back onto the circuit again after their first pit stops of the afternoon, have been pretty close together for these last 10 minutes. They go through 130R and then into the final chicane. I think it is worth just referencing again the contact that there is contact, so get back to that. In towards the final chicane, and indeed for the championship leaders as well. David Glenn has gone off through the S's just as there was a big tie-up at the final chicane as well.
So I caught what happened there with Volker Krebs as he was trying to round Peter Kumner, who was the leading AM in the Gone Broke racing car, and he's just tried to get around the outside and use his power through, and I think Kumner was just trying to let him go, but Krebs just, there was a lot of miscommunication between them, and that was easily done. So this is David Glenn's issue as he goes through now all of these S's, and he's just grabbed the curb a little bit too much on the inside. It's what we call overcutting with the curb. He's done well to keep it just around and not out of any further issues there, but it just goes to show you how hard you have to work with the Shopaholics team. And here you can see here, this is just pure miscommunication there. Volker Krebs should be flying by around these drivers. And, you know, this is what happens when you get AM and AM out there and racing. You know, sometimes you do get that miscommunication. It's important that these drivers learn what happens out there on the circuit. That's why we've got the different categories here.
There was a proper smack as well as he tried to get back going. There was two GT3s going side by side just in the background, and Krebs got absolutely smacked as well. Don't think anybody's had to come in with damage, at least not prematurely in the field. Everybody's still out there on the circuit, but that was not ideal at all. And it has caused a change for the lead. Patrick Adamczyk now 5 seconds in front of Peter Kummer at the front of the GT3 AM field, which is a big change. And just as I was saying, things were going the right way for Gone Broke Racing. Just a couple of moments that have gone against them, and now they are chasing again with 2 hours 48 still to go here at Suzuka. 36 seconds is the leading gap here at the front of the race overall. It's now 5 for Patrick Adamczyk at the front of GT3 AM. Not all that 5 second came in the incident we just saw, so I'm just beginning to wonder whether Peter Kummer is damaged slightly, or whether he's just taking some time to get back up to speed again after the incident.
He lost a lot of time trying to get himself back going again. Adamczyk was able to sneak on by down the inside, and remember there was that secondary contact that was in play, and there were a lot of these Porsche GT3s that were in play. So for Peter Kummer, who was in there, he had Rodney Campbell around him, Ryan Cowley, and he's just done a 205.1 on that last lap, so definitely not up to speed the way that he would necessarily like. I think he was a little bit closer than maybe he would have wanted to, or even just having to let through a little bit of that lap traffic through. In fact, he did make a mistake out of the Gyaku bank and up through Nippo corner. He just ran a little bit wide, and it allowed the opportunity. So we'll take another look here. This is him going through at 130R, just having to abandon stage right, trying to let the car through, let the car through, let the car through. route, ultimately runs out of road. There goes the car through for the race lead, and as he goes back, bang, there's that secondary piece of contact that goes through, and I think it's just the fact that he just drops it off the road, and that's why he's losing the places here. So I think he's got to be very careful about how he goes about this race. I'm just taking a look at his car right now, Ewan, and I don't think there's anything untoward with what the car looks like. Maybe underneath he's got a little bit of wheel wiggle somewhere out there, but outside of it, car looks squeaky clean as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, it's bizarre, but he may have got away with it. Yeah, may have got away with it. It was a fairly sizable whack that happened in the fight and the chicanes we just saw, but I think they've got away with one. We'll get back to the GT3 AMs in a few moments' time. Let's focus at the front of the field again with 93 Pro, where Matrix Bronze are leading the way, currently with Joe Sinclair at the wheel. It's actually an AM team that are in second place at the moment, but Sinclair is at the front of the field by over half a minute at the moment, and the man who started that car will be able to chat to us now, Lenny Holland. Welcome in, Lenny. Good to have you with us. Thanks for coming to have a chat with us mid-race, by the way. Tell us a little bit about how you found the first stint out there. The first goes through traffic here at what must be a really difficult circuit.
Yeah, no, there's some good drivers out there. It wasn't too bad. I got hung up by a few people. I think we both wanted to be on the right side of the track where one of us should have been on the left, and who that was supposed to be, I don't know. So it's been good. You know, the closing speeds between these two cars is so different. You know, I drive the 911s as well, so I've been on the other end of this, and you know, it's very difficult to get out of the way sometimes, so especially on through the tight sections of this track, but it hasn't been too bad.
Still got a very long way to go in this race, of course, but how are you seeing your own race at the moment? You've got over half a minute over Mark Frost at the moment, who's chasing you down in number 963. You've got last 10th GTP, who are doing something different on strategy because they got early damage after you were running side by side on lap one. You've got the championship leaders who've already had a couple of spins today. Are you seeing yourselves as, you know, leaders by a long way at the moment, or do you think this is right in the balance at the moment with a few others?
I always see myself as the leader. I'm just saying, but it's a long race. Who knows what's going to happen? We have a little bit of a history of shooting ourselves in the foot, so we're trying to keep this race clean. We're going to see how the rest of the day goes.
Yeah, I was going to say you finished at third place twice so far at Daytona Road Atlanta. How have you been finding the season generally with, of course, Chopolic's race team so strong at the front of the field, winning both races so far?
Oh, I love this series. I mean, it's a fun series. Yeah, I wish we could have been up there and raced with them a few times. I think we have the pace. We just don't have the patience sometimes. So we're trying to work on our patience part of this race, and hopefully it's going to work out for us here today.
And one last one. When are we going to be seeing you back out on the circuit?
I think I'm doing the next stint. We're just rotating stints. That's the way we've done this whole season. So I'll be back out here in probably 30 minutes or so.
All right, we look forward to seeing it. Lenny, thanks very much for coming to have a chat with us mid-race. Much appreciated. Good luck for the rest of the race.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you guys doing this.
Thanks very much. Lenny Holland there in the Matrix Bronze team here this afternoon, currently in the lead of this race. While we were chatting away there, Randy Lerbold has had problems in the SC Team Blue car. It's double contact. That's another one of the Matrix cars, actually, that's hit him through Spoon Curve, and they've nearly hit each other again as they've been getting back underway after the incident. I think it must have been Andrew Hillman in the Matrix Copper car. It was, yeah, number 5, down in 8th in the GT3 AM standings. But pretty awkward bit of contact. Just thought like they weren't quite paying enough attention to what was going on in front of them there.
Well, he's gone lunging down the inside here, and I think this will give you the best look at it, because that Matrix copper car has also gone up. It's so tough because Andrew Hillman takes that inside line and he's hogging that curb on the inside, but he's just unaware, I would say, about that different contrasting line that's being brought into play. So that's what really cost him in terms of time there. But he also has an off going through turn 1. He had a massive tank slapper off the road, so gave the place back essentially, now we got it on here in your 963 Pro, because SC Team Red are trying to navigate through the traffic with Mark Frost, and if they're not too careful about the way they go about this, David Glenn and the Shopaholics race team are going to be all over them here, heading to 130R. So they now get themselves past Mark Foley in the Stallions GT3RR, past Brett Holmes in the Flying Lion Racing team, and David Glenn closing and closing and closing and looking forward and hoping that there is going to be a way that this move comes in. And I'll tell you what, all of these drivers will be very, very grateful in the 963 category that this race is happening right now here, Ewan, and it's not happening a week or 2 weeks from now, where they have to deal with the brand new physics update, which is coming in to iRacing for all of the hypercars out there, because that is going to be a nightmare on cold tyres to try and get yourself up to speed. It'll take you 5-6 laps before you're fully confident.
Black flag, meanwhile, coming through for number 17, the Late Breakers racing car. I think that must be for the incident at the final chicane a few laps ago. We saw replays of. Looked like Krebs thought he was clear, but he wasn't. Cut straight across the front of the Gone Broke Racing, number 135. And he's got themselves a penalty as well. So not a great start to the race for them as we approach 1/3 distance here at the 4 Hours of Suzuka. SC Team Red here on your screen, holding off the championship leaders. It is Charlie Boyer now in the lead of the race in the 963 AMS, just in front of these guys, not actually that far in front, but then Mark Frost in third overall, then David Glenn in fourth, and those are the two you're watching on your screen at the moment. Still battling away, and looking now for Glenn. Where are you going to try and make this move? Where are you going to be able even to make this move in 963 Pros? As they work their way in towards Spoon Curve yet once more. Lap 46 of this race here at Suzuka. We saw pit stops after 45 to 50 minutes first time round, so that means the first of the second round stops, I suppose, might be just over 10 minutes away.
And that will be in the back of the minds of these drivers. They try and open up and gain themselves as much of an advantage as they can with their stint. So this is the Andrew Hillman moment. Oh, he just over-commits through the opening corner. The back steps out. He tries to catch it, but he gets a massive influx of grip that comes the other way. Completely knocks the rear spoiler off of his car. And ultimately, his GT3R is going to be walking its way back to the pit. So Andrew Hillman will be looking a little bit sheepish there in the number 5 AM. And you just look at that from behind, it's not often that you see a car back itself there in over at turn 1 and 2 out there, which is nicely named as the first corner here at Suzuka. But the chase still there. Mark Frost, I think, is doing a really good job here with SC Team Red. You know, you're sitting down, you're looking around and you're seeing what David Glenn's got to offer. And David Glenn's definitely got pace. He's got the pace to close up, but that confidence to go and make that move just hasn't really shown itself here. And Mark Frost is just very happy just to run his own lines, and look at the confidence there going through the first of the second of the Degners. It was a much wider line taken in by Mark Frost. David Glenn is very much just poking and prodding right now. That's a car off the road in front of them that they have to navigate, and I think that might even be the copper car. It is. It's Andrew Hillman again. So you got that going on in 963 Pro. Have you also realised that we've got GT3 RM going on the bottom of your screen as well? That's going to be fun to start seeing here. That one continuing to close up and gain a little bit of time here.
Yeah, that's Stallions RR versus Stallions R. Work it out. The double R team are the ones in third in the standings at the moment, tied with Gone Broke Racing at the moment, so they could do with the points a little bit more. Not sure whether they'll be quite thinking like that just yet. Though we are still very early on in the season. But yeah, double box, double battle here on Suzuka, and that is a bit wide from Mark Frost. David Glenn's going to have a great chance here, and he needs to get through quicker, sooner rather than later, because he's losing time to Joe Sinclair here. Frost is not quite able to keep up with the speed. You get the feeling Glenn might be able to if he can get in front, in towards turn 1, side by side. Mark Frost decided he doesn't want the potential for accident, and so David Glenn makes his move. He is through into second place and now can start to set his sights on that 50-second margin out front. Can also start to look over his shoulder a bit, because Kerry Brooks is closing in on these guys pretty quickly, and he's already made his second stop.
Has done, and Kerry Brooks, of course, for last 10th GP, will realise that if I've gained a pit stop on the drivers in front, I'm going to be smiling from ear to ear. This is very much a long game play by Last 10th GTP, and they'll be looking at that early pit stop and going, well, how do you reverse engineer a 4-hour race from here? If you take the pit stop early, you give yourself no margin to work with for the rest of the race. That's what they're looking at. No margin for the rest of the race. It should all add up together. It should all come together in the way that they would desire. But if they can manage that stop by stop, stint by stint, I think they're going to get a really long way forward here in this race. So that's what they've got on the horizon as they now look to go. Now, this is GT3 RM, so Rob Neville here for Last 10th Purple. Looking behind at the Imperial Motorsports Handsome Hawk of Michael McKinney. They're going to have Joe Sinclair, your overall leader, jumping through as they exit now out through the Nippo corner, a corner that goes forever and ever and ever. And in lower category cars, you can just mash the throttle down. For other cars, you don't have that much of a luxury. And these two Degners, they just jut out at the circuit. It's a very flowing opening sector, and then it's almost like you get two right hooks to the jaw in terms of how the lap goes, and that's why the Degners are some of the most remembered and important corners on that lap, because they are just so juxtaposed to everything else that you've got over the course of the racing lap at Suzuka.
It's a really challenging but iconic circuit. Everyone knows about Suzuka, that's for sure. Rob Neville continues his run, 6th position. Got passed by William Wolff not that long ago, by the way, for 5th place in that class. So we'll keep an eye on them while we go back to SC Team Red. And Mark Frost is not having the best end to this stint now. Last 10th GTP are starting to make some moves. They're starting to move through the field. Kerry Brooks so quick around the Dunlop corner, right at the very top end of the S's there. He looks up the inside for Degner 1. There's going to be no move there. Then into Degner 2, same story. So does he get stuck behind Mark Frost in the same way that David Glenn does, or will he make a little bit better, quicker progress into 3rd place, perhaps? 2 hours 35 still to go.
Well, he definitely closed up as quickly as you like. It's now the question of, will this move come along, or will it need a little bit of traffic as a pick? And that'll be a prime example right in front of them. That's the Imperial Motorsports Big Eagle of Christopher Pies, who is their 2nd in category and 2nd of all GT3Rs out there. So there's the pick, and now look at this. This is where the run's going to come. Look over to the right-hand side. It's going to have to be the long way at 130R to make it happen. But I'll tell you what, Mark Frost has done the gentlemanly thing, has lifted off heading into 130R, allowed the move to happen from Kerry Brooks, and that is a comfortable pass then to move him up into position with 2 hours 34 minutes and 21 seconds remaining. So Kerry Brooks now moves to 3rd in category, 4th on the road, because you've got to give some props here to the Carnarvon Racing amateur outfit, which are just 18 seconds off the race lead. But that's still a really good move overall, doing everything that's needed. New driver in at Matrix Copper, and same result over at oh my, big result, the Nicholson brake hairpin. That's a hefty shunt.
I think that is Jim Walsh getting into the car subsequently after the crash, rather than the one at the wheel during that crash. I don't know that for sure, though. He is certainly at the wheel now. They've been in for nearly 4 minutes now, so I'm guessing that's the damage they've just picked up. Well, I'm trying to absolve Jim Walsh from any responsibility. It may have been him, but they've certainly made a driver change here in the last few moments, and they're certainly, well, I do know that they've been certainly on pit lane for quite some time now. They've already gone 2 laps down on their class leader, unfortunately for them. First real big accident and long repair we've seen today, actually.
And we don't like seeing that too often, but sometimes it does happen. Now, trying to break through the last 10ths here, who are together 19th and 20th in your overalls out there. But in terms of overall category, I think this is going to be a very important little scrap, 6th and 7th. Michael McKinney, remember, they had the penalty that they had to serve at Imperial Motorsports Handsome Hawk, and they are trying to navigate their way back through the order to go and gain that place back. But through the first corner is not going to quite happen. But now you've got these S's, which feel very much like a dyno test. You've also got GT3R Pro, which has got its 3rd place battle at the moment. But through these S's, you're always trying to pick up as much of the pace as possible, open up the corner. This is the most important one of the S's, though, Gyaku Bank, which means reverse bank, off camber, down the hill, and look how much they're hanging over to the right-hand side and not using the circuit there, Ewan. I find that fascinating that they're just trying to open up as much of the track as they can to go through Nippo and put their full power down.
Yeah, it's fascinating to watch these guys go to work, do what they do so well in these races. Porsche Club of America Team Racing Series here at Suzuka. A couple of battles in GT3 still ongoing. Battle for 6th in the AM class is up top, and in the Pro class we've also got fights. Third place is the one between Jason Finch and David Fernandez. That does mean that Christopher Pires has gotten away from these guys and done so over the course of the last few laps. He is now 7 seconds in front of Jason Finch, and pretty comfortable in second place at the moment for the championship leaders. Matrix Black, the ones who are currently leading the way. They're 100 points off the championship lead as things stand right now. Down 130R come these two. We jump, meanwhile, up into the back end of the Pro class. This is Brett Holmes, I think. Yep, for Flying Line Racing. He is going to be a lot further ahead of Ryan Cowley now, who is dropping down the field for Autocrosses Racing. I thought that's because he's in pit lane. He is in pit lane, that's why. So a pit stop at a rather odd time, an hour and a half in for him. And that allows Flying Line Racing to get 6th place a little bit more securely now with Brett Holmes. So he makes his way through the S's, knowing he's a bit more comfortable in his position. Also knowing that he's got quite a lot of work to do to try and catch up to Rodney Campbell, who is 13 seconds up the road if they want a top 5. This is what happened. Cowley has got no front end. There's your explanation.
So they were absolutely fine. I think they've literally just done that at 130R and on the way to it. So it was just a case of going through the corner. They grabbed the curb on the inside, and then the back started to step out. And if you can imagine what happened 2002 with Alan McNish over at 130R in his Toyota F1 car, it's exactly the same as what's happened here with this Porsche. Just a massive moment into the wall, the heftiest of shunts into the barriers, and basically he's just walked away with that with just the front wing, the front fender coming off of it. So there for Kevin Schultz, that is a massive hit, and I think they've done very well to get themselves back out and going again. Now, they will have one fast repair available to them over the course of this race. That would have been their one.
Yeah, you can't go again. Got to use it wisely, but that would be a wise usage of it, I would suggest. Michael McKinney with a good run out of Spoon Curve here on Rob Neville. Is this the opportunity, maybe, for the Imperial Motorsports Championship leading AM car to get through into 130R? Neville rather cleverly keeping the car in the middle of the road, and he just put McKinney off from going either side, really. Pretty good defending. Didn't even have to compromise his own line in doing so there, Neville. He just did enough on the straight to put McKinney off trying the move, and he's held 6th place as a result.
I think Michael McKinney's just scared himself there, knew that there was lap traffic that was trying to get through in the form of Mark Frost, and didn't really want to commit to going side by side or attempting that move at 130R. It's very difficult when you try and make that happen, but there you can see it here once more. Oh, it frightens you sometimes, some of the accidents that you can have, especially at a circuit like this. There's not much room when you go off at 130R. There never is, because it's one of the few figure-8 circuits in the world, even less so with the loss of Oran Park over the last 5 years or so. But this is truly one of racing's greatest marvels of a circuit. It's surprising to think that this is a circuit that was only really constructed in the mid-1980s. It feels like a circuit, really, when you put it down on paper and you say, well, this is one of the best circuits out there in the world. It feels so much older than that. It feels like it's been around for forever, basically. But this is a track which, in terms of when it had the great moments of Senna and Prost, in terms of Formula Racing, it had only been on the Formula 1 calendar for about 4 years. So you look at this track, it is something that consistently creates great racing, and it doesn't matter what you throw on it.
Absolutely. It's an absolute all-time classic across the world. Everybody knows Suzuka, that's for sure. Just less than 2.5 hours to go, and with that, we'd like to remind you, of course, we're thrilled to have Princess Cruises as the 2025 Porsche Club America title sponsor. as the official cruise vacation partner of Series 13, they provide exclusive offers, including world-leading itineraries across a fleet of 16 elegant ships, sailing to more than 330 global destinations. Reach out to the PCA concierge team to book your next adventure today by calling 833-679-2188. Also, at the start of May, we've got another event. If you're enjoying the endurance racing here in the Team Racing Series, you can join us for the 6 Hours of Spa on Operation Motorsport, a benefit event. It's taking place on Sunday, the 4th of May, with a 6-hour race around one of motorsport's most iconic circuits. You can visit more information, see more information at pcasimracing.com/opmo6hours. And you can sign up using the link that will be on the screen in a couple of moments' time as well. Broadcast and indeed the racing starting midday Eastern time. There's your link for registration for the 6 Hours of Spa for Operation Motorsport, taking place on Sunday, the 4th of May, 2025. So just under 2.5 hours to go here from Suzuka. The battles continue as we've been talking there. Aaron Sunday just ahead of William Wolf, the last 10th green car actually. Number 4 has been really making some moves in these last few moments, and now the pressure is being heaped upon Aaron Sunday.
Yeah, so those drivers are starting to get themselves closer together, and that pressure's still there. But Rob Neville is still having to manage here with Michael McKinney. We'll go a little bit further forward and keep our eyes peeled on that, because you've got the Stallions double R of Mark Foley. There is Aaron Sunday, who's in the middle of that, and William Wolf. Yeah, you're absolutely right, is trying to bring that gap in. Last time by lost a couple tenths of a second, but looking at the consistency of the lap times, it's at least over the last 5, it's been in the 201s or 202s for Aaron Sunday, whereas by comparison, William Wolf has been in the 2 minutes or the 201s. So I think that last 10th have suddenly found their rhythm here, and they are trying to just turn the screw, because they've got 2 Stallions in mind and 2 places that they want, and they would love those places to go through, because you can just see about, I don't know, 2 seconds down the road is third in class. You'd certainly take that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Meanwhile, driver change down on pit lane. David Glenn has come in for Wyatt Gooden. We'll go through the 963 standings. Excuse me, 963 standings in a few moments' time when the pit stops have all shaken out. But in the meantime, let's chat to Shea McNeely, who is one of the drivers of the race-leading GT3 Pro team with now Matt Siddle driving. Welcome in, Shea. Good to have you with us, and congratulations on your first stint, pulling a few seconds away from your most close rivals in GT3 Pro. How was that opening hour for you?
It started off really intense, as I'm sure you guys saw.
We certainly did. Just remind everyone what happened and how it was from inside the car.
So it was, we were all going around. First lap, I went wide, turn 1, and then me and Gomez were right on each other's tails. And for me, personally, it was quite a adrenaline-filled moment. I was shaking pretty hard after that. But other than that, the stint went pretty smooth. I just did some fuel saving, keep the car going.
What's the fuel saving like round here? Because we know that the GT3s are going to want to do 3 stops today over a 4-hour race. How possible is that? How much fuel saving do you have to do to make it to that point?
I would say you don't have to do a whole lot, but you do have to be mindful. It's easy to get in the rhythm of trying to do hot laps and then use up too much fuel, and then you end up giving yourself another trip down pit road.
How much does the momentum of winning Road Atlanta sort of... oh dear, Matt just went off the road. Don't worry, it's fine. It's fine, still on circuit. But how much does that momentum from Road Atlanta really sort of fed into this race here today after what I think you described as a little bit of disappointment at Daytona?
Yeah, I think we had a bit of a point to prove after Daytona. We were plagued with technical issues that hopefully will not return throughout the rest of the season, but we know we have to do well in the rest of the races, so we're trying to do our best at every race, and this is as important as any other.
And is the championship a realistic objective with this amount of time left in the season?
It's possible. It'll be difficult. We have to bet on some very specific factors coming into play.
All right, we look forward to seeing it. Oh, one more thing. Are you going to be getting in for the last stint or the next stint?
I will be getting in for the last stint. Normally we do a stint of 2 and 2, and then Matt finishes out. However, he's got to leave early today, so I'll be in for the last bit.
All right, we look forward to seeing it. Shay, congratulations on a successful first hour, and we look forward to seeing you out there again later.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks very much. Shay McNeely there, one of the Matrix Black drivers in GT3 Pro here this afternoon. It's comfortable-ish, 13-second lead. I was very worried that Matt Siddle was going to go off the road while we were chatting to him, and then no driver would ever be interviewed by us ever again. But he stayed on the road, and it was fine. They are looking good, though. First of all, with Shay early on in the race, and now Matt Siddle out front.
Yeah, they have looked really good, and they're trying to do everything that they can to continue that form. We are in the middle of your 963 pit stops. I've just seen Kynaran come into the pits, and they've just left now with a 3-second margin over Stallions GTP and Jeremy Hall. So this is Krebs. That is the wrong way through the opening corner, and that can be as simple as just getting distracted by something and looking over. But for Volker Krebs, that is the most bizarre incident I have seen in a very long while.
They are now down on pit lane. Unsurprisingly, perhaps, for Volker Krebs, after that incident on the way down in towards turn 1. Looked very technical to me, I've got to say. Not like a technical fault. We will get some word on that, if possible, from the Late Breakers Racing team. Unfortunately, they have finished down at the back end of the 963 AM field throughout the entirety of the season so far. It may well happen again here today. Let's see, though, as we watch this battle for 5th place, or 6th rather, continue on. Imperial Motorsports trying to continue their run through the field in towards turn number 1. Got time on their side, but so a lot of progress still to make.
So I just took a look at that Volker Krebs incident again. The wheel does not shift. It goes slightly over to the right. The wheel doesn't move. He's got gears, so he goes from 5th to 4th to 7th somehow. So he goes back up into 7th, but just has no movement. I think that's just a case of the wheel deciding it doesn't want to play ball anymore, and that's that. So ultimately, disaster there, as here comes the charge. Matrix Bronze, who now officially have a full stop here on that team behind of SC Team Red, who have just dived in, along with Autocrosses Racing again. So it looks like for the second time they've come in, and there's more damage to the front for Kevin Schultz and the number 15 Porsche.
Okay, so we'll try and get a view on that as Mark Frost comes in.
They've gone and hit Matrix Bronze. They've done it in the Nissan brake hairpin. They've just run straight up the back of them.
Oh, right, okay. Bizarre. Let's we'll wait for a replay on that and watch it on the stream in a moment, but bizarre, really. Mark Frost and Jeremy Hall, meanwhile, into the pit lane. There they are. And that's a change of driver for the Stallions team. Jeremy Hall, now the driver to get out, as you'd expect, and Chad Casion gets into number 19. Now, this is what happened. Lenny Holland is now at the wheel of the Matrix Bronze. Might have something to do with this. There's the contact. There's Holland's spin. And yeah, it was Schultz just getting into the back of him. That might well be a penalty.
Well, not only that, but Matrix Bronze have damage to their front left. It's enough, it's pronounced as they go around, but they've got damage now on the front left of their car that they're going to have to try and navigate through over the next couple of hours of racing here. So just before the halfway stage, you can see here again, so Schultz goes through, and again, this is what we're talking about here. It's so easy just to think that you can hit your same marker and it's okay, but those 963s, these hypercars, they do need a lot of space to go and brake and get themselves around. They're very quick in the medium to high speed corners by comparison compared to the GT3Rs, but when you put them down in the slow speed corners, they're equal, or if not, you know, on the braking, those Porsche GT3Rs, they are a little bit better on the brakes. And again, we get another element of that. Now, Imperial Motorsports, they're through. They've got past now on last 10th purple. And so they'll be now looking at what's next for them on the horizon then in the AN category, which are the Stallions team and Aaron Sunday there, the R team number 25. And they've got themselves about 6 to 8 seconds to chase down in order to reach that next barrier, so to speak, of what their race is all about. So currently 2:01.3 last time by from the Stallions GT3R of Aaron Sunday, and by comparison 2:02.2 from Michael McKinney. So they dropped 9/10 of a second on that last lap.
Yeah, it's very interesting to watch the interaction between the two classes, the 963 and GT3, for the reasons that you mentioned. I just wonder whether Schultz was a little bit surprised by Holland coming down the inside like that, and then missed his braking point as a result. Don't know, but it's a big moment for this race, and Lenny Holland will be hoping that the damage is not too bad for Matrix Bronze. Last 10th GTP are currently leading the way by 24 seconds. Everyone's made 2 stops so far in this race, but the others will have much shorter pit stops to have later on. Kerry Brooks has already taken his short pit stop effectively, and actually he's going to be in quite soon, I would guess. He's now been out there for 22 laps. He can do nearly 30 in these GTP cars, these Porsche 963s. And so you imagine Kerry Brooks in relatively soon for another pit stop. He'll be hoping that they haven't got to make an extra pit stop over the course of the race, otherwise they would be in a bit of trouble. Matrix Bronze an extra, then Kynarn Racing, who were 3rd overall, by the way, doing a very good job indeed. David Boyer back at the wheel of that one. Maybe there is going to be a different winner for the first time this season in 963 AM. Still hanging in the balance though this race, not sure quite which way to call it for the moment, whether last 10th GTP are really in front or whether Matrix Bronze are really in front.
Fastest car on track is the Shopaholics Race Team 27. They just did a 43 flat on that last lap, which was 2 seconds quicker than the Kynarn AM that's in front of them, 2.5 quicker than Matrix Bronze, and almost 4 seconds quicker than last 10th who are out there at the moment. So Wyatt Gooden is absolutely flying out there at the moment in the Shopaholics Race Team. And is it any wonder out there, Ewan, with the fact that he has been a quick driver in the iRacing sphere for knocking on the door a decade in terms of what we've seen out of him. He's been in and around RaceSpot broadcast for an incredibly long time, and he just knows how quick he needs to be. GT3R AM still continuing on. Last 10th green, now looking like they want to go out there and get aggressive. William Wolf has dispatched the course of Aaron Sunday, but it's now Mark Foley's turn here to try and play the defensive pack, going through the Astamo chicane and down through the last corner, as it's named, here at Suzuka, and this downhill run towards turn number 1, trying to just use as much as possible here to the lowest section of the circuit here, which is this turning point at turn 1.
This is what I find so interesting about the GT3 AM class. It's that the gaps can just fall and then extend almost at will, and it is brilliant to watch as the different drivers get into these cars. The pairings have got different speeds to them, especially in the AMs. In the Pro classes, in 963 Pro and GT3 Pro, they are made up entirely of drivers or in the Pro class, so just pairings with Pro class drivers in the Porsche Club America Sim Racing Series on the Wednesdays and Thursdays. The AM class has a bit more variation, so you can get some real strong drivers. And William Wolf certainly showing himself as one of them here this afternoon, and some drivers who are very much on the defensive, and playing that defensive role at the moment is Mark Foley in 3rd place for Stallions GT3. Just a few tenths ahead of William Wolf, who is not waiting round. Down the inside into the hairpin, only halfway alongside really, and the pinch there that was put on him by Mark Foley just prevented him from getting a proper run out of the hairpin.
Well, this is what you got to do, and I don't think that was planned really from Mark Foley. He was middle of the road because of Lenny Holland, and so basically as he naturally pinched the car down to where it was as much as you could do to just avoid any dramas, and wide off the road, almost then it's going to go William Wolf as they allow the Kynarn AM car, which leads its category right now by 1:22 over the Stallions GTP. That's just giving you indication of how much Mark Foley's going to have to think out there, and how William Wolf is going to need to find a comfortable and clean place to make the pass. It's not going to be as easy as you walk through the door and they'll welcome you in with open arms. There's a little latch on that gate, and so you're going to have to unbuckle it if you want to start walking through it.
He's certainly going to have to work at this, but I find that the longer you stay behind here, the more difficult it tends to get. At 23 degrees down on the track, by the way, right now. Started up in the high 20s, so track temperature getting a little bit easier to deal with, and I did have a look at the sunset time actually at this time of year. because we are racing on today's date. In real life today, the sun, because the sun already has set in Japan, but the sun set at just 3 minutes to 6. That should be about 5 minutes from the end of this race. That means we're going to get some very dusk conditions for the final hour and maybe a few minutes of proper darkness towards the end.
Well, if they're dealing with changing light conditions here, they will be keeping an eye out with those headlights on. And this is one of the few circuits out there which does have a little bit more of an issue with its lighting compared to some others. It's not the most bright out there. You don't get those blaring lights around here compared to other places around the world. But here around this track, they'll certainly be dealing with that. They'll also be very happy about no threat of rain here today. Dry conditions all throughout this race in what are traditionally cold conditions that they're navigating through in the moment, as GT3R AM has first and second there on the bottom of your screen, third and fourth on the top as they all start scrapping. Can-Am Atlas and Patrick Adamczyk has been reeled in by Peter Kummer over the last couple of, I would say, last half an hour even, I would say, after the contact with Krebs. So for the moment, Gone Broke Racing, well, they're not broke just yet. They are trying to navigate back to that race lead. But I do love the fact that these drivers do have these colder conditions, because these are the ideal conditions to go set the fastest laps you possibly can.
Yeah, it's only going to get better at this stage in the day. That's a look from William Wolf. And the top of your screen, you're watching that battle for third in GT3 AM. And down on the bottom is the battle for the lead between Can-Am Atlas and Gone Broke Racing. Peter Kummer with a real resurgence in these final few moments of this second stint of the race that you want to get another 5 or 6 laps out of in this this circuit. Down in towards turn 1 again for Wolf. Just in behind Mark Foley there through the corner, and again can't do it again. Last time round he was just a little bit further behind in terms of lap time, 0.08 of a second slower. Not that it really matters, to be honest. At this distance it is all about the fight itself. Patrick Adamczyk was 1.7 seconds slower. That's why it suddenly cropped up again for the lead of the race, and that's why he's under the pressure here. But is Peter Kummer really going to want to punish him for that, or will he just try and stay behind and just stay with him, hand that car over to his teammate for the final 2 hours to battle it out himself?
Well, that's where you're looking at here with Gone Broke. They've got decisions that they want to do. They know they've got to bring Chris Sherburn into the car and give him the opportunity to attack. So what's the best platform that you can give him in this race? Is it just staying behind the Can-Am team right now with Atlas and just saying, you know, they've got Derek Dirksen to put in here. They're both Canadians here running in the Atlas team. So will that 912 absolutely want to be there and fighting and fending off with everything you've got? If I'm in this position, you know, I don't want to get cute with this. I don't want to be coy if I was out there driving in this situation, Ewan. I would just say, let's go get the move. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And then let's try and build as much of a margin as we can so we can give the second driver that jumps into the car the best possible scenario to go out there and win the AM category here for GT3R.
It's hanging right in the balance here in AM. I think probably the class that has the most doubt around it at the moment, with Can-Am Atlas leading the way as is. Gone Broke Racing chasing them down, with those battles not too far behind either at the moment. In fact, the top 5 in this race, in this class, all covered by less than 14 seconds. It is less than 13, rather. It is absolutely remarkable, considering we're nearly 2 hours into this race. There are your last lap times. Peter Kummer has been seeing this go the right way, but look at lap 54 there. Only half a tenth this time round. We were talking about dirty air a little bit of time ago. You'd certainly get a lot of that round Suzuka, and I just wonder whether Kummer is hitting a bit of a wall of that at the moment as he's chasing down Adamczyk, because that lap time from Adamczyk was a little bit quicker. It was the fastest out the last 3, but it wasn't that much quicker than lap 52, for example. And Kummer all of a sudden can't quite close in like he used to.
Well, they say that the hardest gap to close is the gap from 2 seconds to 1 second, and the second hardest gap is chasing down 1 second to making the pass and making it happen, as in comes Kerry Brooks, changing over the car to Chris Brown in the 963 Pro category. So that, for last 10th, is their stop about 7 minutes shy of the hour, and that's important to note in terms of how they go through. They might need a splash and dash to get themselves home. But yeah, it is really tough for them at the moment. I wouldn't say they've got that much wake to be dealing with, not as much as, say, open formula styles out there, or even what the hypercars then in the 963s are dealing with. But there is still enough here in the GT3Rs that they've got that they do have to be a little bit mindful. Kummer is definitely closing that gap down, and you're seeing it is a little closer in the second half of the lap than it is on the first half. So there's definitely that confidence when you've got that wide open bore straight up the hill, over the bridge, through 130R, to go and really start attacking the lap and giving what you need. It seems to me like the first half of the lap is just about maintaining a status quo, and that's not necessarily a bad thing against Can-Am Atlas. They might just have a little bit more confidence in that area, but at least for the moment, first time we see a defense there from Can-Am Atlas. Now that is interesting into the opening corner.
Yeah, it is. It very much seemed like an overreaction to me from Patrick Adamczyk. Peter Kummer there just moving around, trying to seemingly get in the mirrors, get in the eye line of Patrick Adamczyk. Looks like he was successful in towards turn one, forcing Adamczyk to take a slightly defensive line. From that distance, he was never really going to have a go. So I'm not sure why he quite moved it over like that, but it hasn't cost him too badly. Kummer is a bit closer than what he was at this time last lap, when we were talking about him hitting that brick wall of dirty air. He, after that, gained another 4 attempts on Adamczyk that last time around, so he is clearly still absolutely on it at the front of this race, just over half a tenth of a second. In third place, Mark Foley is still hanging on, but he is catching these two out front. He's bringing William Wolf with him at the moment as well. 6.5 seconds is the gap from Foley to these two, by the way. Maybe the AM battles at the front of GT3 are going to get even more exciting and even more numerous as this race goes on.
I'll tell you what will be interesting. We might have a 963 AM very soon here, Ewan, leading overall out there, because Lenny Holland's only got a 2.5 second gap over the Kynaran Racing team, piloted by David Boyer. So that's worth keeping in mind. But Adamczyk is still doing a good job. It's not really forced too much into making anything happen by Peter Kummer at this moment in time. He does have to be careful of that scenario I like to call Indiana Jones and Defender of the Lost Corner. You don't want to be stuck defending ghosts out there on circuit and just trying to stave off the inside when a move you know is just not going to happen. So I think that's the only concern that I think that I'd maybe have there with Patrick Adamczyk at the moment. But speaking of a little bit of side-by-side, that is Mark Foley for the Stallions GT3 RR, and that is last 10th green. Finally, William Wolf gets his move.
Yeah, I thought he just backed off on the last couple of laps, just backed away and thought, I'll just stay here now to the pit stop. But no, he was going to go for that, and he gets into third. So Stallions GT3 and Mark Foley now down to 4th place, but William Wolf is tearing into this leading battle, and look at that SC Team Blue coming out right in front of him. Wolf makes contact. He was clear in his intentions to try and come through there, but clearly he wasn't seen in time by the Mike Patterson driven number 29 GT3, and there's contact on the way to the S's there. It's fresh out the pit lane for Patterson, and that is a rude awakening back onto this circuit.
Well, they'll rule that in favour of William Wolf's issue there, because it's his responsibility to make that pass clean and effective there as he looked to try and get by the Code Blue machine. You can see the door shutting, and Mike Patterson, he's never fully alongside as William Wolf to claim the space on that inside to go and get that back. But ultimately for William Wolf, that is, as problematic as it goes, and he might just be slapped with a penalty if he's not too careful for that, because he just needed to back out of it, and he'd have all the chances in the world. I get that he would have had Mark Foley breathing down his neck behind, but now he might have to just try and make that time all over again.
Yeah. We'll see what the stewards say about that incident. It's going to be a controversial one, and could just put a black mark against a very good stint otherwise from William Wolf here in the second part of this race, the second hour of this race. We're 3 minutes away, by the way, from hitting the halfway point in terms of hours in the Porsche Club America Team Racing Series for 2025. 20 hours scheduled this season, the 10th of them about to be completed in a few moments' time. Is it going to be completed with Patrick Adamczyk in the lead of the AM class, or Peter Kummer, who is just in behind him at the moment? 2 hours 3 to go means that there might be another couple of laps to squeeze out for these guys. They're on lap 58 at the moment. Next to be lap 59, then 60, which is where you'd expect to see them coming in. But if these teams are only able to do 29 laps at the moment, they'll have to come in at the end of this lap, which might be a tad short on fuel.
But there's Chris Brown, who is out there for last 10th GTP. He's now back in third position, about 27 seconds away from Matrix Bronze. But Matrix Bronze are actually under pressure right now from the Kynaran Racing team. It's half a second, the margin between them, and this is for the overall category. And if you've got an category car that leads this field outright overall, I think this will be a fantastic story for the 11 Kynaran team, proving what they've got. And they've actually got a bit of lap traffic that's not helping in the scenario. So that's got themselves very close as we're focusing back here on Braun, who's trying to navigate through the traffic and is not having any love of his own accord, just about clearing it there, going through the S's. But I really want to see what's going on between the leaders of 963's Pro and Am fighting for the overall race lead. Look at it.
It's so bizarre that this would even happen. David Boyer is 5 tenths quicker on that last lap. He's closing in on Holland, who, by the way, is being caught pretty quick by the likes of Wyatt Gooden and Chris Brown at the moment too. I just wonder whether that damage, we saw it after contact with Kevin Schultz towards the hairpin, just wonder whether that's starting to take its effect now as the gaps begin to tighten in the GTP class 963 Pro, as we call it in this series. But Kynaran Racing challenging for an overall victory is remarkable. By the way, in terms of championship points, there is no benefit to them making this pass, but it would make them feel great. And of course, there is the fastest lap points, which are available to every one of the cars in 963, whether they are Pro or Am. There isn't one based on which class you're in. There is just one set of 5 points. At the moment, that would go to last 10th GTP, who are currently running in third place. There, meanwhile, are the overall leaders in GT3. Matt Siddle has done a very good job of holding the margin for Matrix Black, who are leading, the Matrix team anyway, leading 2 classes out of 4.
You take that 50% hit rate out there, you know, when you sit down and look at it here, if you're batting 500 out there, I'm sure there will be many teams across Major League Baseball that will be looking to pay you about 50, 60, 70 million dollars a year to go and get you in. It just shows you that conversion rate, so important for them. Adam Schick still holding that station right in front of the leaders then of overall, and there was a little search there from Boyer to the inside. Didn't get it then as it was wanted, but Adam Schick commanding the road, doing exactly what you need to do as a slower category car. Just choose and pick your battles out there and just know that you have to make sure that you are holding your line and being predictable. If you are not predictable out there, that's where all the troubles come in, and that is why they have fallen now for a 9th lap down on the overall leaders, but they have done so in such a way that they haven't really lost anything. If anything, they gained about a 10th and a half.
Yeah, Holland's in trouble here, by the way. 8 seconds is now the gap back to Wyatt Gooden, and Chris Brown is now 22, 23 seconds behind. This gap's really tightening here, and that car's in trouble, I think, for Lenny Holland. The damage is taking its effect finally now. So we cross over 2 hours to go, by the way, in this race. It is still Patrick Adamczyk leading, and he's going to be leading by more now. Peter Kummer goes for a big slide through 130R, and he saved it without hitting the wall. It's very rare you go for a moment through there without hitting anything. It looks like Kummer has just managed it, although he slides through the chicane. He's going to carry on, actually, surprisingly. He's got away with one there.
Oh, this is heart and mouth stuff then from Peter Kummer. He looks around and he tries to attack as he just grabbed the curb on the inside. I think that's all it was. He just grabbed the curb on the inside, goes full broadside, going through 130R, and fortunately enough, going right through into the gravel just in front of Wyatt Gooden there. He'll bring a lot of gravel and dust onto the circuit at 130R, but gets away with one. That's enough to get the heart rate monitor out and go, woo, the race was nearly over and done with just there. So able to save that and doing a great job. But I do want to point out that Wyatt Gooden has been absolutely magnificent in terms of the way that he's been going. Consistently, he's been taking off 2 to 2.5 seconds each and every single lap that he's gone. He is definitely the quickest driver of the group. They will have to put David Glenn back in at some point, but now we've got the GT3R pit stops in, and it looks like Matrix Black, who have been quiet at the front with Matt Siddle, now come in, and so too has last 10th green with Carl Bess.
And Carl Best gets into the car and gets out in front of Siddle, as it is on the circuit. It's not in reality. David Fernandez also comes into pit lane, but will change out of that car because he's been in there for 2 hours now. And he will hand over to Dale Green in the Gone Broke Racing 09. Matt Siddle will continue on before the final hour, as we already spoke to Shea McNeely in this race. Matt Siddle has got to dash after this stint, so he will do one more and then hope that his teammate can do a job and hold on to the race lead. But it's been a very good race and a very good stint indeed from Matt Siddle. Just an hour and 57 left for him to execute. While the GT3 pit stop phase is ongoing, let's have a chat to a GT3 driver, shall we? JR Gregory, part of the Flying Line Racing team here in GT3 Pro. Just as your car comes into the pit lane, JR, welcome into the broadcast booth. Good to have you alongside us. How did you find your opening stint out there at Suzuka?
It was super fun, and I did what I was supposed to do. I'm the team owner, so true to real life, I'm the old slow guy. So they put me in the car, got my stint out of the way, and now the actual fast drivers are in taking a crack at moving up, and so far they're doing a good job.
Well, fifth in the GT3 Pro standings as you came in there. We'll see what happens when the pit stops actually filter out. But what would be a good result for you guys? What are you aiming for at the end of the day?
If we could get a top 5 out of this, that would be great. We've had some bad luck at the last race at Road Atlanta. I had a computer problem that cost us a huge chunk of time, and we got knocked off the track and cut through the infield at Daytona, which with me in the car also, and we got a penalty out of that. So we should be running in the top 5, and so if we can land there finally after those problems in previous rounds, I think we'll be pretty happy about that.
And how have you found the season so far, generally in terms of traffic interaction, battling with the 963s out there? Because it's a different prospect to what you get on a Wednesday or Thursday night when there's just GT3 sprint racing going on, the Porsche Club of America Sim Racing Series. The Team Racing Series is surely so different with the prototypes out there.
It absolutely is, and that is actually one benefit, I think, of running in this Porsche Club League, is that we all know each other. We've known each other for a long time. We spend a lot of time practicing and talking about traffic scenarios, so people are coming into this race with a pretty good set of expectations. What is expected by the GT car, what is expected by the prototype, and what you should and shouldn't do to survive these encounters in these mixed class races. So we've done a pretty good job educating people, and as you can see, I haven't seen a lot of trouble out on the track. I think I saw 2 cars come together in the triangle, but in terms of interactions between those prototypes and the GT cars, it's looked pretty good to me so far.
And just before we let you go, what are your plans or maybe advice on the helplessness of watching your teammates finish out the car that you started earlier on today?
Well, you know what, man, like I said, I'm kind of responsible for a couple of bad results, so I am completely relaxed. I am grateful that I kept the car clean and drove decently and put us in a position for our fast guys to move up the standings, which they're doing. So I am completely relaxed and happy as we sit here now.
Well, congratulations on a great stint, JL. Thanks for coming to have a chat with us, and good luck to your team for the rest of the race.
Yeah, all right, very good. Cheers.
Thanks very much. JR Gregory there, part of the Flying Line Racing team in GT3 Pro. After their pit stop, they've filtered out 6th, and that is where they will stay because of the pit stop phase. I suspect Breaking Bad Racing may have to make an extra stop today, but obviously that's not going to figure itself out for a while just yet. While it's been going on, Jake, look at this. The leading battle has not gone away overall between Pro and Am in 963.
Yeah. Quarter of a second over the line, and with Shopaholic sitting back there at 5.3 seconds away from Matrix Bronze. By no means is this a done deal. These two could be overhauled. Kynaran haven't been in a position where they've wanted to throw one down the inside. David Boy has not wanted to attack Lenny Holland in this race. They've had a lot of picks that they've been able to use to try and get themselves into that place, but they're not really attacking with much at the moment. I think this is very much a case of be happy to follow, or in this case from David Boyer, be happy that you've managed to keep that on terra firma just about going through the spoon. It's a double apex left-hand corner that throws you off the road at the second half of it, and you've got to be so switched on to where your braking zone is going in. There's a small strip of asphalt as you go in to find that turn, and it really gives you that chance to go and really launch forward and give you that big move that you can get off the exit of the corners. But at least for the moment, through the Astamo chicane and back through the last corner once more, Boyer, if he can pick this up down the hill, I think he might have a bit of a run here, Ewan.
And I think by being sat behind here, by the way, he's losing time, so I kind of got to. This is for the lead of the overall race. Kynaram Racing, lead of the 963 AM class, looking at the inside, but not going just for the moment. They're still losing so much time. You're going to see number 27 hove into view in the background, by the way. Shopaholics Race Team, you just catch a glimpse of their yellow in the background of their shot. I think Lenny Holland is pretty severely damaged after the incidents of earlier on. And that last lap, just that last lap, another 1.2 seconds lost by the race leaders to number 27, who they were more than 20 seconds ahead of at the start of this stint. I bet Lenny Holland cannot wait for this stint to be over.
I think he's desperate to get out of the car. I think he's desperate to hand that over because of just what he's had to navigate through. He's been doing 42.5, his fastest lap out there. Joe Sinclair was in the 43s and 44s, and now he's in the 44s and 45s. In fact, that was his fastest lap, a 1:43.4 all stint. His fastest lap all stint. It shows you how hard he's pushing. Now, here's Carl Bess, last 10th green. Now, while we were having that interview, they did have an off, and, well, now they've just had a second one there as we've caught on the replay.
That's a pretty big crash for Carl Best, unfortunately, for an end gone from that number 4 car. And last 10th green are now, well, they're not actually on pit lane, but they're further down than where they were beforehand. 7th place coming into this day in the championship. I'm afraid they'll be a bit further down after this with only an 8th place finish. As Lenny Holland makes some good progress through the traffic, through the final chicane that time round. And onto the front straight, they will take another lap in the lead. In GT3, by the way, the pit stops have now shortened themselves out pretty much in their entirety. So Matrix Black and Matt Siddle are still leading the way in Pro ahead of Imperial Motorsports Big Eagle. Matt Quinn now taking over from Christopher Pies. Ivan Gomez rounds out the top 3 there in the Pro standings. With Dale Green just 7 seconds away from a podium at the moment. In the AM class, Gone Broke Racing are now in front of the Can-Am Atlas team. Patrick Adamczyk is down to 5th position after a 50-second pit stop and a 30 seconds longer in the lane than what everybody else had. So that means that Stallions with their 2 GT3s are up now in 2nd and 3rd, and Last 10th Purple have gotten up to 4th, but Can-Am Atlas are trying to come back through the field again after losing all that time.
Well, once you lose time, you've got to try and find a way to gather it back up again, and Adamczyk is certainly that driver who wants to go and gain that back. It's Mark Duran who's just in front, and as close as you like through the Astamo chicane, you're really trying to open up through the right and to allow yourself to attack off of the left, because that next final right down the hill, that's where you're going to get that launch. That's where this straight becomes so crucial enough to make those passes. But again, just not quite there. Adamczyk last lap through was 9/10 quicker, so it's clear that there's pace there to burn. It's clear that there's overtaking prowess available, but right now, it's just that. It's available. It's not realised.
Not for now. As Adamczyk follows in the wheel tracks of Mark Duran through the S's one more time. This is lap number 64 for the GT3 AM guys, by the way. Not too far away from being lapped in the overall standings, by the way. Matt Siddle is either past them or he's about to in the field. That's how quick the GT3 pros have been so far today and continue to be. In fact, Siddle is in lead through on them. Matt Siddle absolutely flying as things stand. Meanwhile, Lenny Holland holds on to the lead of the race. Now 4.5 seconds, the margin over Wyatt Gooden. That is still a gap that's very much hanging in the balance here in 963 Pro. And now we've got even more drivers involved David Boyer is just in behind them here as they're trying to put a lap on the Stallions GT3 of Jeff Williams. He's already 2 laps down at the, nearly a lap down, I should say. It's Chad Casey on, not to Jeff Williams, reading the wrong car. Nearly a lap down. David Boyer about to do that lapping right now. Lenny Holland's got to do the same as well. It's always hard putting the first lap on somebody.
It is, but Chad Kasian here and Mark Frost, they are battling for position, so you can definitely understand the reluctance here from Chad Kasian to allow that through. And Mark Frost has just gone as close as possible to Ivan Gomez without actually making contact with the Can-Am Titan Pro car, which is 3rd in category. Look at what that does and how it opens up a heavy defense down to the inside. Now, if you can just open up the corner here, David, you've got a great chance of getting past Lenny Holland and leading the race outright. Close again, but it's just that close. Not getting there, but look in the background at 2 seconds back. The difference there, 42.4 from Wyatt Gooden, 46 flat from Lenny Holland. He'll be there at the end of this lap if another lap like that comes about.
I just get the feeling that David Boyer doesn't really want to go through on Lenny Holland, to be honest. He's continuing to just stick behind, but 5 of the 7 963s are all going to be on circuit right together here. Because you're right, Mark Frost at the back end of the 963 Pro class has been caught by Chad Cason, 2nd in AM, and they're fighting up in front, as well as these guys for the overall lead. If you're counting Wyatt Gooden in this, it's a 3-car battle for the lead as well. It's getting very, very interesting suddenly now as they go through Degner 2, behind a bit more traffic. Blue flags will be properly waving now. Holland still trying to get past. Casion looking down the inside, again can't do it in towards the hairpin. As the more progress made by Gooden, although that bit of traffic wasn't ideal.
No, that wasn't helpful, dealing around with Kevin Schultz and the Autocross's Racing Pro team and driver there, Kevin Schultz. So I wonder how that's going to all play about. But look at how it closes up again through Spear. In fact, why don't you go around the outside and use it as a pick? No, still not there. Couldn't quite get the drive going through. Matt Quinn and the 2nd place Imperial Motorsports Big Eagle there for your GT3R Pro found itself in. Now we're nose to tail, and I tell you what, this is the sort of scenario where, you know, you're looking around and you say, where do you move? That is a full search to the inside by David Boyer. He is wanting that race lead, and I think he's just been keeping it at even keel, but I think attack's the best defense. Wyatt Gooden, he is definitely going to want through. He's going to want through quick. He's going to use all of the deployment that he possibly can to try and make it happen. He gets close, but watch out, middle of the road. Oh, that's what happens when you scare yourself with the car in front. Lack of predictability marking around in the middle of the track through turn 1. Wyatt Gooden just said, inside's the best way.
You say that, I think David Boyer purposely pulled wide through turn 1 and 2 there to let him through, and all of a sudden he's taking advantage. Wyatt Gooden on the inside for the next point is going to get blocked, and Lenny Holland loses the lead and gains it back again almost as quickly. A fantastic battle for the lead with 1 hour and 45 to go here at Suzuka, and best seats in the house at the moment for David Boyer, who can watch this unfold. He's got no interest in fighting with these two for the overall lead. It doesn't gain him any extra points in the AM Championship. It doesn't earn him anything really. It would just be bragging rights. At the moment, he doesn't want to brag, he just wants to win. And he's staying behind those two, fighting it out in order to do that. Matrix Bronze versus Shopaholics Race Team for the lead. How long can Lenny Holland get this to last? This is turning into a nightmarish stint for him.
Well, he's trying to navigate through with the damage to the front left of his car the best he can, and he's trying everything possible. That Kainaran car, by the way, the 2 cars in front of Stallions GTP there, that car in front is his nearest challenger in class. Is a lap down. Look at how they're having to navigate through the traffic, almost 3 wide going into 130R. Is always a dangerous game to try and dance your way about through. Matrix Black was that car of Matt Siddle, and then also they had the Matrix Copper car of Jim Walsh that they were having to try and dance on by, but into the pits, and I'm not surprised to see that from Lenny Holland after the track starts to get a little bit busy. You can see it there. The front splitter is pointing up, is putting a lot of air underneath the car, and you're just not getting that benefit when you're running through there with that, I would say, more closed hole over on the left-hand side of the car. So Holland in, no surprises, driver change. Joe Sinclair jumps back in the car.
They said that they're going to continue to alternate throughout the day, and so Holland will be in for the very end of the race. The stint. If indeed they have a splash, then they'll be in for that as well. But no surprise there, really. The right choice, I think. White Gooden closed in. He didn't think, though, Holland, that he could hold him back for quite as much time. We'll see how much longer Gooden actually goes on the stint here. Just trying to work out now how many minutes and how many laps he might need to try and make this his penultimate stop of the day. Not sure they can quite do 51 minutes, but we'll wait and see. Some of the early stints were around there for the AMs. The pros really weren't going quite as long, so we will see and find out what the lap is this time around for pitting in. Meanwhile, battle for third in the GT3 AM class is between Marcos Souza, Mark Doran and Patrick Adamczyk. This was the battle that the leaders were coming through on not that long ago. Part of Adamczyk's recovery drive, you would say, coming out of the pit lane last time round in 5th place.
Yeah, needing to get through on these two to find the AM podium. So you're looking around that's a huge moment going through at Spoon. You're looking at where you're trying to find the brakes. He just couldn't get that slowed in. He'd overcooked it on the entry. And now Adamczyk has Matt Quinn behind, who's looking to put a lap on him in his own category, second in class. So that's given really just the license for Mark Doran to go out there and attack Marcos Souza full position. And the Stallions GT3R team know that it's very good having these two together because you can effectively use one as a blocker to let the other one go down the road.
1 hour 41. Let's see how the tactics continue as the Imperial Motorsports car looks, one of them, it's on the back of Adamczyk here. Motocross is racing is quite a long way behind. So that is that Imperial? Looks like them. Yeah, there it does. Second place in the pro standings. You can see them coming through the AM guys. They have been for a while now. Matt Quinn is the driver of number 453 now. So with just 100 minutes to go, we'll remind you one more time that Princess Cruises are the 2025 PCA title sponsor. As the official cruise vacation partner of Series 13, they provide exclusive offers, including world-leading itineraries across a fleet of 16 elegant ships, sailing to more than 330 global destinations. Reach out to the PCA concierge team to book your next adventure today by calling 833-679-2188. Also coming up here on the in the Porsche Club America is the 6 hours of Spa Operation Motorsport benefit event. It will be on Sunday the 4th of May around one of iRacing's most popular offerings, the Spa-Francorchamps circuit. Live broadcast starts at midday Eastern time, and you can catch more information pcasimracing.com/opmo6hours, and you can sign up using the link on your screen in a couple of moments time as well. You can sign up now for that event in a couple of months time. 4th of May we will be live with that one in a couple of months time. Here at Suzuka, the battles in the AM class continue as Mark Doran gets past Marcos Souza. So as Imperial Motorsports make their way through and put a lap on these guys with Matt Quinn, Mark Doran is making moves of his own, and now he's onto the podium. Patrick Adamczyk will try and follow through and do the same.
Yeah, well, Adamczyk's done well to get back to that group after that big off that he had going through at Spoon, and then just easily sidling down the inside of Marcos Souza. That's about as plain and simple as you can see a pass go. He just gets caught on the outside, allows him just to ease on through the corner, doesn't really affect his day, and Adamczyk now moves the Can-Am Atlas 912 up then into 4th in class. So I would say that's a really nice and accomplished move, but keep an eye out on Joe Sinclair, who's just making his way through. He just did a 45.3 as a first real flying lap attempt. So we look at what happened to Jochen Bakker. Oh, that's just the back stepping out. Go on, full spec, bring it back. Oh, just went around, ran out of inertia.
Just couldn't quite hold on that time round. Jochen Bakker gets back onto the circuit as Wyatt Gooden comes into pit lane. This is an important stop. The Shopaholics race team looking to try and win here in the pro category this afternoon. Joe Sinclair with a lot of work to do. to try and make sure that it's him. Chris Brown with quite a lot of work to do as well, about to make his penultimate stop of the day. With an hour 38 still to go, Dave Glenn gets into the car, but more importantly, can they do 49 minutes on each tank of fuel? Or are they going to be having to make a pit stop before that happens? 27 laps in the last stint, about 1 minute 45-ishes throughout the lap. We'll calculate whether that would be enough to see them to the end or not. Chris Brown takes the lead. Does Glenn stay ahead of Joe Sinclair here? He's dropped off the jacks already, changing tyres as you always do, changing driver as well, which is now complete. And David Glenn pulls away after 43 seconds. Where is Sinclair? In the front straight. He is through.
That's a great move there from Matrix Bronze, and I don't think it's necessarily down to the fact they were putting times that lit the world on fire there, because they did 45.3 on the first flying lap, and then a 45.4 on that go through. So the only thing I can imagine here, Wyatt Gooden was pushing like nobody's business, but you know, you're looking around at the laps that Gooden was doing, 44s and then a 47 as he came down into the pit. So that can only be that the driver changed time, and maybe what they did in the stop took them a little bit longer with the way that they lined up in the box. There's nothing else that would say why David Glenn should be behind, but Matrix Bronze, take that all day. That's a fantastic result for them in the pits.
You say that, I'm seeing pit stop 5.3 seconds shorter, which is, I mean, I could see that as probably the reason.
Less fuel?
Yeah, I guess so. I think what these guys have done is abandon the idea that that is their penultimate stop. I just did a calculation, by the way, as to whether 27 laps would be enough. At a very conservative lap average of 1:45, which is actually quite a lot slower than what they're doing, but just as a really conservative average, that would only get them 27 minutes, 15 seconds, 27 minutes, goodness me, 47 minutes, sorry, and 15 seconds on a stint. That's 27 laps. So that wouldn't be enough. With 1 hour 38 to go, you'd need 49 minutes. You'd need at least 28 laps out of a stint, probably 29. So that is not happening. These guys have realised that, and so Joe Sinclair underfueled his car. I think, to your point, I think less fuel taken, because frankly you don't need to take all the fuel. You've still got 2 stops to go. You might as well spread out these short stops a little bit throughout the 3 remaining as they had at the time.
Well, I think they're looking for track position by doing that, and that's why they've made that call to try and put themselves net race lead. Of course, we've still got to keep an eye on last 10th and how long they've got when they come in to see whether this will be their penultimate stop coming into play, but that is what they've got to navigate through in the pro category. It does leave Kynarin out there as the leading car in all of this race as an AM category car, and going substantially longer than everyone else. I actually think that Kynarin racing car might be a really strong candidate for overall victory here today, because their fuel game is better than everybody else's right now.
Yeah, agreed. They've done 27 laps so far. There's Chris Brown going over the line again for another lap. He'll be able to go quite a few more. So as we've been talking about throughout the day so far, there are your movers and shakers. None for the moment, but that's because we're in the middle of a pit stop phase. We've been talking earlier about last 10th GTB having effectively just done their short stop early. They had to pit after just 20 minutes in this race, after Kerry Brooks hit the wall out of turn number 1 on lap 1. Well, it turns out that may have been a blessing in disguise. They've already taken their short pit stop. Now they've got just two more long stops to go before the finish of the race for them. Everybody else has got 2 stops, but they will be shorter stops. Are they shorter by enough to catch the 44 and 51 seconds that those 2 teams need to? In 963 Kynarin Racing, leading overall, leading by a long way in class as well. This is GT3 Pro. A lot of the changes have been further down the field. It's been a race of domination really for Matrix Black. Not too much concern, as we've been hearing about, for the fuel load. So just about bringing it home now for another hour 33 for Matt Siddle, hoping that there are no more incidents in the offing for him. He's just passed Chris Sherburn and put a lap on Chris Sherburn, the leader of the Gone Broke Racing team. He'll be taking that car to the line with 11 seconds over Stallions GT3. They've just edged away in the last few moments of Gone Broke Racing. It was a big battle with Can-Am Atlas, but since number 912's dropped away, they've got a much bigger lead now, much more comfortable lead.
That's shrinking, though. They lost 1.5 seconds here, Ewan, over the last lap. Steve Komatz with a 2:02.6 compared to Chris Sherburne's 2:04.0. They are not safe as now Kynarin come in with an hour 32 to go. So if they're not going to be there, they're going to be super short. Now, is Jochen Bakker going to go here in the number 18 Flying Lion Racing Cup for a second oopsie daisy? Yep. That's one straight down to the infield there, and it's pretty much a skid pan down there, so you can scamper off and away and back going again. So lucky in the way that they got themselves through, but Kynarin now into the pits, and they've put Charlie Boyer back behind the wheel.
They've generally been doing that strategy of exchanging drivers, and so 46 minutes all that's required from them in the remaining stints of the race. And they've just done another 28-lap stint. They don't even need that, really. Another 2 28-lap stints will certainly take them to the end of the race. Are Kynarin Racing getting the best of both worlds at the moment? Less stops than last 10th GTP and the others, I suppose. But no short stop required for them, as well as good speed out there as well. It's going well for now. Kynarin Racing do come out quite a long way behind Matrix Bronze, but they are still ahead of the Shopaholics race team, which is very good news for them. Another 41 seconds in the box. That's a full fuel fill for the penultimate time here today, and what a position they're in.
It's a sensational position. Whenever you're an AM category car out there, you're always looking to try and see if what you're doing is the right scenario, and people often seem to just shy away from you and say, well, I'm not going to worry about them because they're an AM category vehicle, I'm not racing them today. But the way they've gone about it, they've got flown straight under the radar and said, no, we're contenders for overall here today. And it's not often that you see an AM category car being a contender for overall. And to be honest, a series like this goes a long way to showing the development of these drivers and these teams. They're always looking at how can they improve, what are they gaining, what is the big push and emphasis they've got going forward. If an AM category car can go and win against the pros will look around and go, well, what's going on here then? And they'll be looking around and saying, well, okay, we're still going to score maximum points in our category, but surely we should be setting the gold standards as the pros. They've got one over, and I think this will bode well for Kynarin if they do move over to become a pro team effort over the next few seasons that they've got, that they will be threats for race victories by the work that they've done in AM.
Yeah, and I think the answer that they'll put to everybody, by the way, when they look around and say, how have you done that, is that we took a bit more care of our fuel tanks than the pro drivers did. And that's exactly how, in my mind, they are out front in 963 AM at the moment. In GT3 AM, last 10th Purple are doing a decent job hanging on from Can-Am Atlas. This is Mark Doran and Patrick Adamczyk. They're now both clear of Marcos Souza, and you can tell that they're both quicker than Souza as well. Nearly 9 seconds in front. Again, goes back to my point earlier on about the different pace of these different drivers. So fascinating to watch. Steve Komatz, as you mentioned earlier, still catching Chris Sherburne, for example. Mark Doran and Patrick Adamczyk are sometimes catching. Adamczyk certainly did last time round. It's just fascinating to watch these gaps fluctuate, and imagine Adamczyk will want to get through into third pretty soon, unless the last 10th car ahead picks up the pace a little bit, and then he'll be happy to sit behind as they chase the top two.
Last lap, 2:01.6 from Adamczyk. Mark Doran did a 2:02.5, so 1.1 seconds, and that run out of the final corner, being showered in a barrage of gravel stones there through the final section as Matrix Black in the number 13 team come in and make their stop. Adamczyk, 2:01.4. Doran actually did improve though, 2:01.6, so it goes to show you how hard they're pushing out there on track. They are forcing each other to go out there and really find that pace. Stallions in front of Steve Komatz, 2:03.7 on that last lap. Gombrot 2:02.7. So this group, if they work together, they'll catch second, they'll catch first.
Eventually, there is still more than enough time in the race for them to do it. So there may be a bit of working together, to be honest, from these two teams in the race. Stallions GTP seem to have just been into pit lane. Chad Casion back out onto the track again. The end of another stint. SC Team Red close to the end of another stint for them as well. They've certainly only got 2 more stops to go, including the one they're about to make. And Chris Brown is about to come in from the lead as well in last 10th GTP. What are they going to do here with this amount of time remaining? There is car previously driven by Kevin Schultz, the Autocross is Racing number 2 car. Now Chris Cook at the wheel of a fairly troubled number 2 car here today.
Yeah, you can see it there with the way that the bonnet is pointing itself a little bit up on the right-hand side as we just see that taken away from us as a view by Jeff Williams and the Late Breakers Racing team. But it has been a tough day at the office for the number 2 pro effort of Autocross is Racing. I think they've explored what Autocross is and they've tried to bring it to this circuit, but I think they've taken the definition, I guess the right way to say it is a little bit literally.
They have, unfortunately. Driver changes happening in GTP, or 963 rather. Rob Cottle back at the wheel of the Late Breakers Racing car, and James Hoof is now getting into SC Team Red's machine as the Autocross's racing car makes its way back out again. In comes Matrix Copper from the back end of the field, by the way. Credit to them for still going, I should say. 6 laps down on the GT3 AM lead, but they are still in the race at least. And there are the leaders, some of them at the top of your screen. This is our overall leader, or previous overall leader, I should say. They've pitted, of course. Charlie Boyer is now 3rd in the race, in between Joe Sinclair and David Glenn, who are 2nd and 3rd in the 963 Pro category. And they're a whole lap ahead of Chad Casion, who is 2nd in 963 AM. There's Joe Sinclair. You'd think he'll be the race leader when Chris Brown comes in, but I think there's still quite a few unknowns about this last 10th GTP car leading the race, as far as their strategy goes anyway.
Well, it's that final stop, which I think is going to be the most crucial one for them. They're 48.5 seconds ahead right now, but how long is their last stop going to take? How much fuel are they going to need to put in the car to get themselves home and hose? And if that is anything short of what is now 50 seconds because of the little hold up here behind Rob Cottle in the Late Breakers Racing car, if it's anything short of that, they are right in the wheelhouse to try and win this race outright. But the issue they're going to run into is Kynaran, who, if they want the overall win, Kynaran are the team that only needs 1 stop and are very happy with their position right now, knowing that they're right in the middle of some of the quickest cars there. But look out, because that is 3 wide with a bit of side-by-side traffic there. That was last 10th green, allowing through last 10th purple for that position and trying to let everybody through in what their race is. And just behind that as well, 2 tyres in the grass trying to go through. Oh my goodness me, how on earth has David Glenn not taken Charlie Boyer out of this race?
He's just in the background of this shot here. There he is in the 2nd of the yellow cars, the 2nd of the yellow 963s. And this is the moment, this is where it all started. Joe Sinclair in a really awkward position behind the 2 last 10th cars going side by side. Had to get in the grass to go past them. And he lost a bit of time as a result. His last lap time, by the way, was a 48.1, which says everything you need to know. Then in the background, we'll try and catch it here for David Glenn. This was quite close between Sinclair and Stallion, but nothing more than the usual. Then in the background, there's that real clump of cars. In it is David Glenn, who gained a lot of time. Last time round, 1.5 seconds gained on Joe Sinclair.
Yeah, and got through on Charlie Boyer through the opening corners. So that move was certainly important. Look at all the tyre tracks there going through the S's. As unbeknownst to all of this, GT3 RM 5th and 6th decide they're still going to continue on with their battles out on track. This is the Stallions GT3R effort of Marcos Souza here with Dean Chapman now trying to bring himself into play. So the number 7 Imperial Motorsports Handsome Hawk still trying to recover back forward, looking down to the inside. Oh, that was given. As big of a give as you're going to find it. Dean Chapman was not expecting to make that move down the inside. It was just handed, I would say, on a silver platter.
Well, Souza has been losing a lot of time recently. Last time round, 2.6, so I can understand it, certainly, that he would give that position up in number 25. They are not the championship contending of the 2 Stallions cars, by the way. That is currently in 2nd place, so both the 2nd and 3rd placed championship teams taking advantage of Imperial Motorsports currently currently running now 5th with Team Chapman. We just saw him moving up there, but they're taking advantage of him being down the field. The Gombrot Racing car will be just 15 points behind going into the next round. Stallions would be 45 behind. Shows the importance of a race victory, because those two teams started the day tied on 600 points each in the standings. The final corner for these two. I have a feeling Chapman is going to just slowly pull this margin apart now. There's just over a third of this race remaining. There is the last lap. He's comprehensively quicker here, Chapman, than Sousa. Now his focus has got to turn up ahead. 11 seconds up ahead now to the rest. He's got to limit the damage here this afternoon by taking a few more of those places.
Every place you can get is an extra little bit of points. Every point counts in a championship like this, and as closely fought as it is always going to be, you do have to maximise your points margins time and time again. I have been keeping an eye out on Chris Braun's times. He's done 4 straight 1:42s, and they've all been within about 0.4 of a second of each other. The confidence he's had around these laps has been sensational. I looked at the last 2 Kainaran lap times that were done, and effectively 12 seconds had been lost in 2 laps by Charlie Boyer, 47.3 and a 49.3 for the pair of them. Yes, he was in a whole heap of trouble out there with certain areas out on circuit, so he's been very careful. Speaking of which, the late breakers, by name and nature, Rob Gottel again getting as close as you like out there to Charlie Boyer. That is as scary as you can possibly see it out there on circuit. So more dramas there. It's a lot better from Charlie Boyer this time, 44.6, but last 10th here are the fastest car on track. They're faster than Matrix Bronze by about 1.6 seconds out there, and they're faster by David Glenn by a further 0.8 on top of that, so 2.4. So they are racing themselves into an opportunity here to chase down the team of Matrix Bonds and Shopaholics, and they might be able to, with their alternative strategy, put themselves into a race-winning position for the pros.
Pretty unbelievable so far. It's been a very exciting third round of this championship, the Porsche Club America Team Racing Series. We're about to have another twist. 40 minutes stints coming up then for last 10th GTP. 40 minutes each as they come in from the lead of the race. Chris Braun, after 91 laps in this race, coming into pit lane. Further behind, Jochen Bakker and Mark Duran fight away as well. Duran is really catching Steve Komatz now, who's stopped catching Chris Sherburn suddenly. I think he's had problems in the last couple of moments, actually. We'll try and see if he actually has or not, but Duran is certainly closing in here through the 2 Degners. They now go. There, meanwhile, is last 10th GTP. Is there a driver change here? There certainly is not. Chris Brown stays in. So, where do we expect him to be here, really? Well, it's going to be quite close with Matrix Bronze, I think, but they're going to have to make an extra stop, even if it will be a short stop for Matrix Bronze. Still a shorter stop. They are going to be ahead. Looks like they're going to be in between the top 2, actually, in 963 Pro, but surely, with only 1 stop to go for last 10th GTP, they're the ones in the prime position, if you like, to win this race.
Well, now they are. Now they absolutely are, because they've got the short stop coming up, and that run of laps from Chris Braun away from everybody else, he was in and around the 42s, with the exception of laps 84 and 85, which were 45 ones and 44 nines respectively. Every other lap from lap 81 to 89 was a 142 of some variety out there. So when you're looking at what you need to do to put the best lap times together to go win a race like this, just keep yourself out of trouble. Just make sure you're putting in the laps. And while everyone else has been inconsistent by that conspicuous absence of last 10th GTP, they've been conspicuous the way they've been so consistent, navigating through all of the traffic. They haven't slowed down for anyone. They've just been flying through, catching it at the right time. Joe Sinclair, look behind you, because they're going to be charging, and now they're favourites to win this last 10th GTP in the 000.
I think they are. Yeah, Kainaran Racing are not that close to them either at the moment, really. So, overall, it's looking especially good. But there are still 2 stops to go. They have already got rid of some of their excess fuel of Matrix Bronze, and so they are going quite quickly out there. Last time around, they were the fastest on the circuit, faster than last 10th, of course, because they came in to make a pit stop. Faster than the rest of the pro cars, though, to the tune of at least a second. And then the AMs as well, who were in a similar region. Over the line again for Sinclair. He's already got rid, as I say, of about 5 seconds of that extra fuel that he'll have to take on. That will shorten his pit stop by about, or stint rather, by about 5 minutes or so. So I'd expect him in the next 15 minutes for his penultimate stop of the day. And then we'll see what happens after that from there. Meanwhile, Steve Komatz and Jochen Bakker are still nose to tail. This is Flying Line Racing trying to come through some of the AMs that they dropped behind earlier in the day.
Well, and just looking at these times, they are even right now between Komatz and Bakker. It's a 2:01.4 from Jochen Bakker here for Flying Lions. Club California out there is taken over from Brett Holmes and JR Gregory. And then the other car out there from Steve Komatz, Stallion GT3 Double R's, taken over from Mark Foley and has done well out there. No penalty being called between the 19 and the 13 out on circuit. So those, I believe, are going to be Matrix Black, who was out there trying to work, and the Stallions GTP X entry in AM category 963. So that'll be a sigh of relief for Matrix Black, who have been pretty much the best out there by what they've been looking at. But Matt Quinn and Can-Am Titan, so Imperial Motorsports Big Eagle and Can-Am Titan, when they come down and make their call, I think does have a little bit of something that needs to be navigated through in these final stages. There'll soon be an hour to go, and I think everyone's got to make at least one more stop in your GT3R Pro.
GT3 pit stops will be on that hour or so, but who can make it and who cannot? I think we're more okay this time round. Well, I thought we were until Matrix Black came in, so you know you just never know. But yeah, it's one of those days where you should be fine for fuel, to be honest. Although that's not looking like it's been the case for absolutely everybody. So this is Charlie Boyer. He's just in behind David Glenn, actually, isn't he, here? So we've got the top 4 overall in this race, covered by less than 10 seconds. And just to step back and consider for a moment, we've been racing 2 hours 45 so far. That's a remarkable achievement for the series as a whole to have a top 4 running as closely as this, and in 2 different classes as well. Joe Sinclair has not had a good last couple of laps by the looks of it. At least this lap maybe is where he's lost the time. He's now only 5 seconds and a half in front of Chris Brown in the lead, and look at the battle for 3rd overall in the background as well.
Well, he had to get by Dale Green in the Gone Broke Racing pro car out there, which is 4th position overall. He couldn't get the inside line at Nippo. He had to jam onto the brakes and run around the outside of the Nippo corner, which is never going to be any form of helpful. Shopaholics team then, of David Glenn, also will be happy to start reeling that gap in if they possibly can. 43.5 on that last lap. Charlie Boyer, I think, has really rebounded back after a poor couple of laps out there and is just trying to find out the right place to go and gain a bit more. But you are starting to see here the pitfalls of endurance racing. These drivers are looking around, and you know, mistakes do happen and drivers do get tired, and you do start to sense that right now they are trying to gear up for the end with an hour 14 remaining here in this race. Joe Sinclair can only drive the track in front of him, but he knows that last 10th GTP on that last lap took a nice chunk of 3 seconds out of them. That gap is 4.8 seconds, 4.7 right now. And Matrix Bronze might be staring down, looking at fighting for, what, bronze only?
Maybe. That was disappointment. That would disappoint them compared to the start of the day, I should say. It's 000 continues to chase. 45.9 last time for Sinclair, was 2.9 slower than Brown. Glenn 1.6 quicker. Boyer 2.2 quicker. So fastest lap last time round went to Chris Brown with the 43.0. Fastest lap overall is still going to the Shopaholics race team in the 3rd place, as it went to in the first 2 rounds of this championship as well. It's been theirs from the opening 2 rounds. Extra 10 points has come with that. David Glenn looks like he might be able to get another extra 5 at the beginning of the day. Came in today with 110 points over each 3 of the other 963 Pro teams in the championship standings. Well, that is going to come down today if it ends as it is right now. This is Ben Buckley going for a very long and drawn-out spin in one of the last 10th GT3 cars. That was last 10th green. Car that's been in the wall earlier on today and all sorts, but that was just a simple spin, really, with the Porsche losing the rear end through that long left-hander.
Time really does slow down when you get into a spin like that, though, and it's something that I think everyone who's ever raced a racing game or been in a car and had a spin has seen, is that, you know, you're trying to catch the car and it feels a lot longer than what it actually is. So something like that, so drawn out, has just such a massive difference out there. Chris Sherburn, by the way, just trying to keep himself honest in the Gone Broke Racing AM leader at the moment. He is. That gap is now out to 15 seconds, so he has responded since that gap was coming down. It was at 12 about half an hour ago, and that's now started to increase because you're looking around. Last 10th Purple are trying to hunt down for second in category, and there is just the small issue of Jochen Bakker in the middle of all of that. So it is starting to get interesting for the AMs overall, because we are going to start seeing movement. And look at them, 1, 2 and 3, they're all on the same piece of real estate.
It's quite close. Mark Doran, I think, had 2 goes at that almost through into turn 10, because there was one of those 963s coming through. It's the Late Breakers Racing number 17 car that was working its way through there very nearly, with a slice of contact as well. Duran is making the progress, though. He can see Jochen Bakker just up in front. He can see Steve Komatz as well. If he looks up into his rearview mirror as well, he can see Patrick Adamczyk still in 4th place in that Canadian flag liveried Porsche in 4th. Just look at that up ahead, though. That's exactly where he wants to be, battling over those podium places in the GT3 AM. Stallions GT3 are at the head of the group by the looks of it, and
not anymore.
On the defensive. Side by side, just up in the distance. You could see it happening. And did Komatz go through? Maybe. Don't know. But anyway, Steve Bakker is still in behind Komatz. There goes number 911. So yeah, Komatz has been overtaken by number 911. That's Ivan Gomez, who's second. Then it is Komatz, then Bakker, then Duran, then Adamczyk, and they are all even more in a line now.
And they're going to have to navigate this line and try and find each and every pass through. I've been keeping firmly on Steve Komatz and seeing how he's attacking this circuit, and it's nothing untoward. It's as paint by numbers as you like. He's hitting every corner apex that he needs to, out of the Gyaku bank, up through Nippo corner, this fantastic Fibonacci style corner as it winds back around again, and you're looking to open it up. Those 2 rights of Degner. Oh, bye-bye! Komatz goes straight across into the barriers, bang! And just like that, he's going to drop them all as they now go by. What a mistake in through the first Degner. He just clattered the curb.
A costly error at a costly time for Steve Komatz. And Stallions, who were making some big gains, having a big day in the GT3 AM standings, have seen it all unravel in front of them. Just clips that inside curb at the Degner and just grabs the inside wall as well. It looks like the damage is not too bad, so they'll continue on, but that mistake right there has cost them a podium place for now.
But the crucial thing is, for now, they can gather it back, but they might need a little bit of luck to go and get their Komatz with that hit. Fortunately enough, it was square on that hit, so they haven't got much damage, if any, out there from that style of incident. The black and orange mechanical flag is very absent, but at least for Komatz, you know, that hit, yeah, there is a little bit of bending on the front, especially on the splitter, but outside of that, they got away with one, I think, in terms of what they're looking at. They'll be down a little bit on power, but that's the only thing they'll be missing.
It looks like they, compared to the mistake and the contact that it was, they've gotten away slightly lightly. Jochen Bakker is in the GT3 Pro-Am car. Pro-Am, there isn't a Pro-Am. In a GT3 Pro car, I should say, ahead of these AMs, but he's not really getting away. Mark Doran is directly behind him. Then it's Patrick Adamczyk. At the moment, they are staying with him through this opening section Will that continue? Will he maybe get involved in this in some way, play a role in this? Adamczyk just misses the apex there of Dunlop. Run up the hill. He continues to chase down last 10th purple. I've got to say, one real beneficiaries of all this, Gombrich Racing even further out in the lead now.
Well, they'll take it. 16.8, nearly 17 seconds of a lead margin. These drivers all coming together right now and trying to push on forward with their races. This is exactly what they want. Give themselves a margin and give themselves something to play with out on track. That's all they can bank on and all they can count on in terms of how they want to go and navigate between now and the end of this race. So if you've got yourself a gap, you can play with it. And, you know, we're talking endurance, 16 seconds, 17 seconds. That's not much. That's one mistake and everyone's back in. But you'd love 17 seconds of a margin. It gives you room to play with. It takes the pressure off.
And there he is, Chris Sherburn. He was under quite a lot of pressure early on in the race. He was losing time at what I would describe as an unsustainable, or at an unsustainable rate. He's now got a bigger lead though, because the driver in second has swapped out. Steve Komatz is not really in the picture anymore. And now it's Mark Duran, who's a few steps further back and not quite catching by as much. Last time round, Chris Sherburn did a 2:01.5, which is only 4/10 away from his car's best lap of the day, although there are some really fast laps coming in behind. Mark Duran was only 200ths off his car's best lap of the day. Patrick Adamczyk has just set his best lap of the day with a 2:06. So they were both quicker that time round, and we're getting to the real fast stage of the race now. The fastest times of the race are coming in right now.
And they have to be, because they are now looking at what do we need to do. We've got to keep in mind that last 10 GTP are the favourites to win this one overall. And if they're going to want to try and chase this down and get what's... Oh, that is such a close fought run down through. That would have given Andrew Hillman kittens going through there at 130 yard. David Glenn just committed to the corner and said, mine. And you just have to blink your eyes and hope there's no contact as you go through. But they are having to push right now. They are having to try and find each and every bit of time. Mike Patterson has just come in for SC Team Blue right now, which has the American Red Cross on it right now. It's a very lovely sponsored car. But at least at the moment, this group right now, third and what is fourth on the road, and third and first in 963 AM. You're looking at it and you start wondering here, do they have the pace to catch last 10th GTP? If they do, there's a threat for the race win. If they can't, I think last 10th will feel a little bit safer.
Yeah, I think so. This battle for third continues. I mean, I can't see Charlie Boyer attempting this too vigorously, but you never know. So, a couple of battles for podium places, both on your screen right now. One of them is over between David Glenn and Charlie Boyer. Another one is for GT3 AM Honours. It's Mark Duran versus Patrick Adamczyk, still 18 seconds behind Chris Sherburn, who did his fastest lap of the race so far. For that car, at least, it was. A 2:06 that time round. 2:08. No, it was a 1.5, excuse me, from Mark Duran, so even slower. That has very much gone the way of Chris Sherburn that lap, but these times are just continuing to get quicker. As the sun goes down, everybody can still see where they're going without problems, but the track temperature has dived pretty comprehensively from the early part of this race, where it was up in the high 20s.
Yeah, down at 21 degrees Celsius right now, so that tells you all you need to know. This is a track temperature that is just dropping and dropping and dropping, and there is not much that they can do about it except just find the pace and continue to go and make that push. For the Porsche Club of America, by comparison, that is 66 Fahrenheit that they've got at the moment in terms of their air temp, 70 degrees Fahrenheit track temperature. So really, this is a track as probably as cold as we see it normally. This is the coldest that we normally see it. I don't see it going much colder than that, but at least right now, these drivers know that if this is the time where you've got to put your best laps out there, I would also argue that this is the time that you've got to try and find your best driver into the car.
Yeah, this very much is the time for that, as Glenn hangs on again into the hairpin. And again, Charlie Boyer just hangs back. 4 cars separated by less than 15 seconds after nearly 3 hours of racing here in this race at Suzuka. It's probably the closest race we've seen overall this season. In fact, it definitely is. 4 teams legitimately with a chance of winning this race. At the moment, I think Last Temp GTP are in the prime seat for winning overall. Yeah, because they've only got 1 stop left, and Kainan Racing have as well. But they have a longest last stop to come. Matrix Bronze and Shopolik's race team surely have got to come in soon. In fact, I'm surprised Joe Sinclair is going this long in some ways. I think he will be coming in the next 3 laps or less here, with still an hour and 2 remaining in the race. On proper low fuel now, and he's setting some pretty quick lap times, though still being caught by Chris Brown. Last Temp GTP very much in the prime position here. There they are. They've got to keep it on the road for the moment, and they will be on course to win this race. Still an hour to go, though.
And that hour, 1 minute and 40 seconds, are going to feel like the longest hour, minute and 40 seconds that they will have to deal with in their season so far, because they are so close to picking this up, and every car in front of them they'll be looking at and just trying to stay out of the way. They know how everyone races. Oh, you don't want to be doing that too often, going over the AstroTurf on the exit of Degner 2. It's so easy to spin up as you go on through that section. You've got GT3R AM also bringing itself closer, and we do have to keep a note on what Last 10th Purple are doing with Patrick Adamczyk. That gap is still an agonizing 17 seconds in front of them, so unless something happens to go broke, they're going to be in the best place. And I also want to talk pro as well in the GT3Rs, because Imperial Motorsports Big Eagle, I'm looking at that clock countdown right now. I think they are favourites to win.
I think it's very difficult to know at the moment, but I think they are probably just with their noses in front. Yeah, 27 seconds ahead of Matrix Black, who I think have got the biggest chance of overturning that. So, but let's see. We'll continue to follow the GT3 battles while we chat to another one of our drivers who's been out there on the circuit today, Nicky Chan, who we can now chat to. Nicky, welcome in. Good to have you with us here for a bit of a chat with just an hour to go here at Suzuka. How are you finding round 3 of our championship?
I'm doing great. I think, you know, the last 10th teams, one of which I've driven for the GDP, had pretty rough season so far, so it's good to kind of see them in a pretty good spot. I'm not driving today because I'm on daddy duty, but I've been popping in and out and just catching up with the drivers and the teams and the student teams. So I'm very happy with how everybody's doing, and they're all kind of really excited about this race.
Yeah, don't you feel like your 963 has had a bit of a blessing in disguise today with a crash on the start? Who would have thought that spinning out of turn number 1 would create such a great strategy opportunity for you? It looks like that's what's happened here.
Yes and no. I think, first of all, like, Kerry hitting pole is just insane because this is his first series, his first season in a GTP car, and I know there are some insanely fast drivers out there. I know the I rating today is as high as 8K, so for him to lay that out is quite incredible. But having made a mistake pretty early on, I guess, you know, part luck, part preparation, right? We had a backup strategy in play, and that's what we executed. So we made the mistake. We decided we were going to hit that backup strategy, which lost us a little bit of time, but kind of keeps us in the game. So even though earlier on we were about a minute behind, we kind of knew we still had a shot at this, so we never gave up. The guys never gave up. The guys kept pushing, and now we're kind of in play for a pretty good finish today. And
what about your GT3 teams? We're just watching one of them at the moment, battling for second place. Do you think that Mark Duran and indeed the Last 10th Purple team can catch up to Gone Racing in GT3 AM, or is it just a bridge too far with an hour to go and 18 seconds to catch?
Well, I think there are a lot of things at play. The gap is pretty large, but I think with a lot of the teams with an hour left, what I'm seeing is it's really, for these multiple teams, it's really a race to fight through traffic. Like, whoever gets through traffic the most efficiently is probably going to do pretty well there. So I'm pretty proud of the student teams, the purple and green. They're doing well. They're learning a lot. Purple had some front-end damage, and they were quick to change tactics to play defense until they could pit and repair, and now they're fighting for P2 so and potentially P1. So they're doing great. I'm pretty happy.
Well, thanks for coming to have a chat with us, Nicky. Hopefully we'll be seeing you out there on the track again soon in a Porsche Club of America event. But as I say, thanks for coming to chat to us, and good luck to the last 10th team for the last hour.
Thank you, and thanks for covering us.
No worries. Nicky Chan there in the last 10th team, chatting to us here at Suzuka. While that was all going on, I had to cut that slightly short, Jake, because huge drama out there on the circuit. You will have seen it on your screens in the background in 963 AM. Charlie Boyer making contact. Was it contact or was it just a mistake? Straight on either way in the S's, and costly error, big damage as well.
Well, you're looking around and the car's just gone straight. There's no other explanation for it. It's one of the most horrible scenarios. The car wanting to turn over to the right, they put the turn in and the car just doesn't go. It just did not go, it did not turn. There's no real explanation for it. Charlie Boyer, oh, he must feel absolutely sick right now, knowing that they had a chance of a really strong result. They're now going to have to come in, use their fast repair, and get themselves back out going. If they do that, they should still be in with a shot here of taking the AM category. But Chad Kasian is there and looking at it and going, we've just been given a lifeline. It's a massive hit going through there, and that's at the Gyaku bank there. I don't think there was contact, but oh my word, Charlie Boyer. Your heart just sinks when you see something like that. I just couldn't hold myself back when I saw it on screen. It's like, what on earth?
I totally understand that. I would have kept Nicky for a few more questions, but we had to get back to the accident in 963 AM. You know, I'm not so sure they're going to be all right to win this race anymore. I know the gap's over a minute, but you've got to remember they've got to make this pit stop here. This will be a full service with or probably a very long service anyway, with a fast repair involved in it. However, they'll have to come in again, and there's some of his moments getting back to the pit lane, by the way. It's a real palaver, and he can't even keep himself on the road. That is the Stallions car. So Chad Kasian followed him off and then got back on and unlapped himself. Now he is tumbling down, the gap's tumbling down, but Boyer's going to come out the pit lane this time round, and he's going to have one stop to go, as is Kasian. So if he's ahead, I think he'll feel a bit better about it. But it's a precarious back to the pit lane, and it's really something they could have done without.
Well, the good news for them is that it'll be a splash and dash for them compared to Kasian, who've got to take a full service pit stop. Also in the pits, Joe Sinclair's just jumped in then for Matrix Bronze, so they'll make that change. They're finally off and away then. Arkai Naren out of the pits, and Stallions, by comparison, are just heading to the Atsumo chicane now. So I would say that it's still for the race, advantage Kainaren, but they just used all of their good grace in that one moment.
I think you are right, by the way, and I've recalculated that that they will be fine. But yeah, wow, what a big moment. Meanwhile, oh, that's a big snap from Andrew Hillman, who is going to hit the wall down at turn number 1 and 2. We've seen that car off, I think, through that exact corner earlier today. Well, number 5, I'm afraid, is off again. And they are dead last already. They will still be dead last, of course, after that.
Yeah, and it's the second time as well that they've had that rear spoiler off the car. I don't know what they do in terms of bringing the money back in to put it back on, but they are going through spoilers like nobody's business.
Yeah, they are. This is pit stop time in GT3, by the way. So, Can-Am Titan and Imperial Motorsports are both in. That leaves Matt Siddle out into the lead, but he's still got one more stop to do. Matt Quinn is out after 40 seconds in the box, and he will end that race in that car for Imperial Motorsports, searching for a second win of the season. The race winners from Road Atlanta, Matrix Black, looking to win again, but for some reason, they are way off strategy at the moment. Jason Finch also making a pit stop. He's third and now comes out in third after 38 seconds in the box. In GT3 AM, Gone Broke Racing have continued on for another lap. They've still got a pit stop to make, but last 10th Purple are the ones who come out in second place. Derek Dirksen gets back at the wheel of Can-Am Atlas, who are now third. Stallions GT3, Steve Komatz also out onto the circuit, and he's going to be quite a few seconds behind these guys. Komatz is nearly 10 actually behind Dirksen. His pit stop wasn't that much longer. He's just not been as quick as the other two through this crucial point in the race.
Well, I'm looking at Matt Siddle and Matt Quinn here, and that gap is stood at about 30 seconds here. So 30 seconds in terms of getting in the box, you're looking at about an 11-second pit stop only is what they're allowed. So that would be fuel only, no tyres, and hold on for the rest of the race then with a battle with a car that's got everything that's there. Matrix Black need to pull all the stops out if they want to win this. Otherwise, they'll be looking down at second, maybe third. This all depends on how long they go and how much fuel they can put in the car at the end of this race.
But we also heard that Matt Siddle isn't going to can't do the rest of the race. So surely they'll have to do a driver change, which will cost them even more time. Surely they're not going to come out unless they are going to get Siddle to do the last 3 hours of the race. Then surely their pit stop's going to be too long because they'll have to drive a change.
Well, that's their problem right now. If they sit down and they can't put their final driver in and they've pigeonholed themselves into a problem, what more can they do in this situation? And it's a fallacy of, well, can you do that final race, final hour, and save our race? Mark Schnell race Motorsport in, Dave Douglas back behind the wheel, Jim Walsh back behind the wheel again then for Matrix Copper. So that then ought to be decided and worked about as those final sections go in. Dean Chapman then for Imperial Motorsports Handsome Hawk through on Steve Komatz. That's the Stallions GT3 Double R. So that is movement out there. And speaking of movement out there, Flying Lion have lost 2 places on this lap, both to AM drivers. So that will be last 10th Purple and also Can-Am Atlas. And if I'm not mistaken, that will be Wyatt Gooden getting back in for the Shopaholics race team. He is the driver with the fastest lap. The 8KI rating, as was alluded to earlier, Jochen Backus had a moment. So Shopaholics are going for this victory.
Yeah, that's how Jochen Bakker lost those 2 places that you were talking about. Just a half spin through the final chicane. But that's quite close. Wyatt Gooden is getting in that car for the final run to the finish. Nobody's going to the end from here just yet. He's still got a splash and dash as Wyatt Gooden, but so has Last 10th GTP, for example, and the Matrix bronze car that has just gotten out in front and has done by quite some way. Lenny Holland at the wheel for the final time, and this pit stop is now ballooning above 40 seconds, above 50. This is taking a long time. Taking a very long time for the 27 team. The championship leaders losing crucial time at a crucial moment. Fortunately for them, SC Team Red are a long way behind them, but and now finally they go. But goodness me, that surely has taken them out of contention for any other position than third.
Well, I think they've gone for an absolute fulfill here, trying to make sure they make it home on this final stop. And if they are trying to do that, then they are reliant on everyone else around needing that splash and dash. So this is a play to try and get them past Matrix Bronze out there for second overall. But if anybody's quick with a right foot down on the floor, it's Wyatt Gooden. And that car behind them right now, that Porsche 963 that's coming by, is your overall race leader, who is about to try and put a lap on them.
I mean, it's way too long. I don't know what they've done at this stop. That's way too long. And, well, it doesn't matter how much fuel they're going to put in. The car's just not going to accept it at some point. I can't see them doing 50 minutes anyway round, but we'll see whether he can squeeze that many laps out the tank as you say, race leading GTP closes in. All right, good in there in the into spoon curve. This is back in GT3 Pro, and while there's just a brief momentary pause, we'll remind you one last time, of course, of Princess Cruises and our 2025 PCA title sponsors as the official cruise vacation partner of Series 13. They provide exclusive offers, including road-leading itineraries across 16 elegant ships, sailing to more than 330 global destinations. Reach out to the PCA concierge team to book your next adventure today by calling 833-679-2188. We've also got more events coming up very soon here in the Porsche Club of America. The 6 hours of Spa for Operation Motorsport is coming up very soon. Sunday the 4th of May, with the broadcast starting at midday Eastern Time. You can get more information by visiting pcasimracing.com/opmo6 hours, and you can sign up using a link that will either be on the screen in a couple of moments, or indeed find it in the YouTube chat as well at the moment if you want to register for the event. That's the 4th of May 2025, the 6 hours of Spa for Operation Motorsport from midday on that Sunday. Very much hope to see you there. Here at Suzuka, Matrix Black are now making their final stop, and that's what I was talking about. Shane McNeely had to get in for this final part of the race, and unfortunately that has made the pit stop for them 30 seconds. Matrix Black have still come out ahead of number 911 Can-Am Titan, so it's not as bad as it could have been, but it's certainly not the race lead either.
It's second, so give them some credit. It's still second, so they've got out ahead of Can-Am Titan and Jason Finch. But they'll be looking now at the Imperial Motorsport Big Eagle, and this is going to be one Herculean stint from Shane McNeely if he wants to bring this back. He consistently on the opening stint had done 2-minute lap times out there, so I reckon if he wants to, there's been a couple flirts into the 159s from Matt Siddle. If he's pushing and that track has gone a lot colder than it has done earlier, I think Shane McNeely could be a driver who starts attacking the 59s and starts really putting Matt Quinn in a certain position right now. Quinn is hovering on this these outlaps between 2 minutes and 2 minutes 1. So right now, you know, it is nip and tuck. It depends on how much Matt Quinn pushes and how much he's put out of line by some of the 963 Pros and the 963 AMs. I think that's the only way that this comes back for Matrix Black. Imperial are in a very imperious position.
They absolutely are. The championship leaders of the GT3 Pro standings. I'm going to extend it again by another 30 points. They're 100 ahead of Matrix Black coming into today. I'll give them 130 going into the next round if it stays like this. Gonbroke Racing are currently in 4th place. So they would lose another 70 points from the 75 they are back at the moment. Well over 100 points championship lead for Imperial Motorsports coming up if they can hang on here with Matt Quinn. And you know, we're going to have to get to the bottom of Matrix Black's out of step pit stop, to be honest, because halfway through the 3rd hour of this race they made a pit stop which we can't really still explain, and I think it's cost them this race. It's effectively caused them to make a 4th stop today when they were on course to do only 3, and suddenly they are or they have gone rather from comfortable race winners to only come to be 2nd now.
Well, I can only go back as far as about lap 79 to see exactly where they've gone, but the stint's lengths, I think, are really crucial. So they pitted lap 60, and then they had to come back in again on lap 75. So they only had a 14, 15 lap run as they were going through, and I wonder whether that was just them taking their splash and dash out the way because they were trying to maximise the time for Matt Siddle in the car. I think that's the only thing that they could have done with. Otherwise, they would have had to have put Shane McNeely in for what is an hour and 20 minutes remaining in the race to try and get themselves through home and hosed over the line. So I think that's what they're staring down the barrel of. That's what that 15-second pit stop was, that it was going to have to be that just by the way that timings work. And so, you know, not an ideal situation. Of course, we'll get more understanding from it from the team probably when we get to the end of this race. But, you know, it has really affected them in terms of what they're looking for, because they look dominant out there at the front, and they have looked dominant in terms of their pace. But Imperial just take advantage, and now they lead.
Yeah, that still doesn't quite make sense to me, because nobody was planning on making a splash here today. Most of the GT3s are fine without making a splash. The only one I'm worried about is Breaking Bad Racing. Number 62 may have to do a splash. But other than that, I'm talking about pros here up towards the front. Other than that, don't think any of them are going to have to come in. So I don't know. Well, again, as you say, actually, we are going to find out a lot more when the race is finished and everyone can conclude and analyse themselves as to quite what happened and what went wrong. I'm sure we'll get to the bottom of it at the end of the day. As the sun begins to set on this race, 43 minutes to go in the 4 hours of Suzuka, round 3 of the Porsche Club America Team Racing Series in 2025. And it is in GT3, now Imperial Motorsports leading the way. In GT3 AM, we were just seeing a battle there between Derek Dirksen and Jochen Bakker, although that's come to an end pretty abruptly because Bakker is into the pit lane. He's only been out of there for 5 laps. Don't know what he's doing in there. This is another. Has he got damage? Is he missing his front end there? Yes, he is. And he's just taken a fast repair of 1 second. He's back out again. He must have hit the wall at 130R, I suppose.
Yeah, that would be the best explanation for it. And as quickly as you like, Jochen Bakker back out onto the pit, out onto the circuit then for the Flying Lion Racing team. So it is very easy to find yourself in trouble out on track, and one of those teams that just finds it wrong place, wrong time. But GT3R AM still continues on for that second place. And now Can-Am Atlas have finally closed down Mark Duran and have closed it down to nothing. And they've got the small pick in front of Dave Douglas and the Max Schnell Motorsport team there, running those Germanic colours of the white, the black, the yellow and the red, which are there for that Porsche. But now you start thinking, where do you go? Where is the move that's going to come along? They've also got Cat 5 racing in front of Kevin Orr that they can use as an opportunity, but you can see it's a little bit of a shuffle down to the inside from Derek Dirksen for Can-Am Atlas. It's not natural having to take that down on the inside, having to pass into on the apex, and that's going to completely stymie the run up the top here of this climb as they pass the West pits on the right-hand side and then head to 130R, one of the most famous corners in all of motorsport, and it's just not going to be a run to the Atsumo chicane that they need to go and unlock that move that gives them the place that they need. So second still on the horizon. They got 41 minutes to try and make it happen, and I reckon if they've got there and they've sat there, there's surely an opportunity that's going to present itself.
Yeah, and I think with 41 minutes to go and 25 seconds or so to the lead, they might accept that the lead is not going to be possible today, and so battling over seconds may begin earlier than it otherwise might have done, especially in that penultimate stint of the race where they were pretty much working together, to be honest, as much as you can work together around here. By working together, I of course mean just not overtaking each other. This is what happened to Jochen Bakker. I was only guessing when I said he went off at 130R. I didn't actually know, but this is the explanation. Up on that outside curb and spinning to the inside with disastrous consequences for Flying Line Racing. What people don't realise, I think, from watching iRacing sometimes, instead of if you've not driven it, that curb on the outside of 130R here at Suzuka on iRacing is deadly. And you either got to get completely over the top of it and maybe off the circuit, take an off track to not crash, or don't hit it at all. Unfortunately, Bakker sort of straddled that middle point, which is where the danger is.
Well, this is where I get a little bit nerdy. iRacing's curb system updates, which have come through. It's one of those up there at 130R. It's one of those raised curbs. It's not a flat curb as you go over. So the more that you go over the top of it, the more that the car's going to bank up and it's going to lose traction. It is going to spin in over to that inside if you're trying to be too aggressive and you're keeping the throttle down. And it's those different types of curves. You know, you see the likes of the sawtooth curve, which is starting to come out here. And you see it there at Spoon, actually, on the outside, how easy it is to just get over the top of that sawtooth. And it is really going to hurt you in terms of where you fly back down the circuit, because you just... The rear tyres, the right-hand side tyres, are just scrabbling about for grip. And so you get that different change in wheel speed from the right-hand side to the left-hand side, and the car starts pulling over to the left, and you've got, you know, fractions of a second to try and pull that back. And if you don't realise that within those fractions of a second, well, just say goodbye to the car.
I'm all up for a nerdy discussion about iRacing curbs. That's one of the important things, to be honest, when you're thinking about, you know, being competitive like these guys are here. You've got to understand all the crevices of these circuits. Speaking of updates and new things that are going to come along, by the way, just before we, it gets exciting and we get into the final half an hour of this race, we start thinking about who's going to win from here. We Still got some of those battles to settle, but including this one, of course. But I want to talk just a little bit about the tyre update that's going to happen to the 963s before the next race. We'll be racing next in 5 weeks' time at Portimao, by the way, in the Porsche Club of America Team Racing Series. We'll be live, as we always are, here on RaceSpotTV for that one from midday on in 5 weeks' time, 5 weeks today. But that day is going to have the new tyre model for the GTP class as a whole, and by extension, this Porsche 963 as well. Just how is that going to affect, in your mind, the racing that we might see next time out, and indeed elsewhere with these 963s in the future having that new tyre model?
I think it affects everything. I had this wonderful chance to see Jimmy Broadbent's video just detailing all of the tyre updates in alpha on iRacing, and it was fascinating to see the differences out there. This was a tyre update from a lot of the community that said, we want this car to be more realistic. We want this car to feel like it's going to make these pushes forward and is going to feel more like what it is currently being raced. And they took the opening corner at Sebring for an example, that with the current tyre model that they've got, they can go into that corner about 70 kilometers an hour faster than they can do in the real world when they're running about in the World Endurance Championship. So that sort of difference, this brand new tyre update that's come into play, completely puts that back into line, that you're going through that corner at Sebring at 180 kilometers an hour. You can't get much more, especially when you're up to full speed. And what it does on the start of these stints is that it makes that tyre absolute ice. It takes you not 1 lap, not 2 laps, not 3 laps. You're looking somewhere between 4 to 6 laps to be up to full speed and full ability to attack. It really prioritizes a driver who knows how to be safe with a car with suboptimal grip to go up to that top level and go be the most successful. I think in a series like this, I wouldn't be surprised to see on the opening lap some of those GT3R and GT3R Pro drivers actually making moves on some of those cars in front of them in the opening couple of corners when you get to a start, or to see half a dozen cars turned around in the opening few laps of races or stints. I think it's a really tough scenario to put these drivers through. It makes these Porsche 963s a much tougher car to drive in iRacing, and as such, you need a little bit more finesse when you go through. I think Portimao is going to be a really interesting experiment, and I think we could see the entire form book change because of it.
Yeah, it makes the class split that we see in this series a little bit more important as well. Sometimes I sort of think, well, what's the point really of splitting the classes on the way towards turn one? I prefer to see everybody just starting together, to be honest. But you can certainly see the point now. Especially with really cold tyres for these 963s, could be a real problem. So splitting them is going to be a good idea, and it's going to make the starts of these races a lot more difficult. If you've watched any LMP2 racing in the recent past, by the way, you start to get a little bit of an idea as to what it's going to be like. You already do see a little bit of it in iRacing. I've noticed it in recent months and years that that kind of warm-up phase is a bit more of a factor than what it used to be. But I mean, we're watching an example here with number 17 just getting itself up to speed again. This is Jeff Williams driving that car to the end, but you're going to see it a lot more pronounced in the next round of the Team Racing Series, which, as I say, will be 5 weeks today from Portimao. It will also be another one of those races, by the way, where we're racing into the evening time. It will be 6 p.m, but it will be April by then, so we won't be seeing darkness like we are going to see in the final few minutes of today's race. But we are going to get into sort of evening conditions a bit like this before we sign off for the evening there. Meanwhile, race leader overall comes into pit lane, last 10th GTP, making their final stop of the day. As long as they can stay ahead of the likes of, well, it's SC Team Red, I suppose, who are the most realistic challengers now, then they should be absolutely fine. This is a regulation final stop for Chris Bruin. Myself, Jake Sparrow with you to the finish. Matrix Bronze have just come into pit lane to serve their penalty. In fact, there was a drive-through penalty for Lenny Holland, who was just dropped now to third place as a result of that as well. I'm not sure whether...
Because that happened for them on their lap 117. of this race, they were trying to make a clean pass out on circuit, and it just looks like that they haven't managed to do so at the 135. And the reason why is that they were trying to go through the S's with Gone Broke Racing, the AM effort, and basically they went for a gap which fast disappeared on them. So the 135 of Chris Sherburn had a little bit of a moment, went sideways. They've still held a 17-second margin out there at the front of their AM category, but that little scare would have cost them about 10 to 12 seconds at Gone Broke Racing. So ultimately, I'd say it's a very fair penalty that's been given. A Matrix Bronze, that drops them out a second. And remember, they got that splash and dash. If there was going to be any worries about what they were doing with Shopaholics race team, they're now going to be on the back foot, hoping that the Shopaholics also have to splash and dash in some way, shape or form.
Yeah, still 21 minutes for those to resolve themselves in the 963 category. Expecting the likes of Kaidaran Racing to have to stop again, for example, but it shouldn't be too long of a stop that Rex Jarawala in the Stallions GTP car will get up in front, and Kaidaran should regain a good 30 points, get back into the fray for the championship, perhaps in the 963 AM category. We will see when Kaidaran Racing come back in again. Once again, apologies for those issues a few moments ago. Hopefully we're back now. Sophie Leary, Jake Perry with you to the finish. Here for the final 20 minutes of this race, and it's getting a little bit dark now. Chris Sherburn is leading the way in the GT3 AMs. See here, Derek Dirksen, though, is in front of Mark Duran, still in the battle for second place. That's the battle you will have been watching on screen while we were away sorting the audio problems a few moments ago. But as we saw throughout that, Duran was not able to get close enough to Dirksen, and I think finally, maybe for the first time today, in a really prolonged sense, we've really been able to see how difficult it has been to overtake, and that's what we were watching there. And we haven't seen it too much actually today. We've seen plenty of overtaking, but actually in these last half an hour or so, Dirksen has held on pretty comfortably without too much challenge from behind.
No, and I think that's been important from Derek Dirksen. He found the way to go through up into second position in class, and Mark Duran has looked around and tried everything to on, but I think it's just falling away right now at the time where he needs the pace the most. I think Derek Dirksen's putting a lovely bit of work in at this point, and the lights now are starting to be seen now out on the massive amounts of gravel that gets kicked up over the course of 4 hours. Makes it very difficult when this track is fully displaced at the end of the race, with just how much grime and dirt gets dragged back onto it here. But you know, it is what the race is right now. It's much of an effort as you can to try and chase down. And speaking of efforts to try and chase down, Shane McNeely is only 11 seconds back of Matt in Imperial Motorsport's Big Eagle. I don't think with 20 minutes to go that can be caught, but any mistake, and it will be.
Absolutely. And it shows good speed as well for Matrix Black, actually, and some good encouragement for the remainder of this season, of which there are still 2 rounds to go and 8 hours of racing across those 2 rounds, another pair of 4-hour races. That is certainly good news for Shane McNeely. Last time round, just a 10th gained on Matt Quinn. Really needs more than a second at this stage. There's Kaidaran Racing. David Boyer, not quite the fairy tale ending to the race in number 11 that they were hoping for. I personally don't think they would have finished ahead of last 10th anyway for an overall win. However, they were in with a shout, and the fact that they were in with a shout is amazing within itself. They've also had to recover from that crash, which has been pretty amazing from them too. They're still in the lead by over a minute. They've got one more stop to do. If they can execute that without problems, they will win this race, as long as they keep it on the road as well. It's 18 minutes, which they haven't always been able to do in the last hour.
No, they haven't, and it's very worrying when you see them about 17.5 minutes from home, and you just hope that they can keep it on the road. They have been, I think, the standouts of today in terms of what they've been able to produce and perform, but the one issue is finding the barriers out on circuit with a car that just wouldn't turn for them, and trying to get that back home the best way that they can. They've still got the gap that they want over Stallions GTP. They've almost pulled that back out to a lap's lead lead once again. So I think they've done an incredibly good job of taking over that margin, especially when it was at one point in time just about 18 seconds or so by the time they came out of the pit. So I'd say very well job done by Kynarin. And they will smile and say, thank goodness we won this race if they do get to the checkered flag. But they'll also be a little bit sheepish when they go and get there, because they could have had an overall podium here today, which would have been an absolutely amazing achievement for the team.
Yeah, even if there is no extra points for it, they will certainly, or would have certainly like to get that podium. Nevertheless, it's not going to come for them by the looks of it. They're still fourth though, and we'll see whether they finish ahead of SC Team Red. Not sure just for the moment. There's Matt Quinn. You were talking about him being reeled in by Shea McNeely, but the Imperial Motorsports car should have enough. It will make it to the end on fuel without too much of an issue. Matt Quinn, and he will come home with a few seconds to spare in a very big day for the championship. He's gained points on Gone Broke Racing in all three of the races so far. Matrix Black have only gained on them in the race that they won at Road Atlanta, so they'll be 130 points behind going into the next round, and that will be at Portimao. They'll be second place in the championship, Matrix Black, even from that position. That means that they can lose 60 points a race and still win. That means any podium finish in both of the final two races would be enough, and given Imperial Motorsports' form so far, a first place, a second place and a first place, two more podiums doesn't seem like too much of a stretch.
Oh, a little bit of a wiggle in, and then the car doesn't grip up there for the Autocross team, their Autocross racing team, and they find themselves in the grass and staying away. I'm looking at that gap, and it's not impossible for Matrix Black. It's a 59.5 by Shea McNeely compared to a 2-minute .2 out there. There's 8 laps to go for them, and this is the first of 8 that they've got. So if they can chase this gap down by, I would say, 1.5 seconds a lap, they've got a chance to make it happen. The issue that Matrix Black has got is they've got to drive to a level of 159 flat to make that happen at least, and Matt Quinn is doing everything possible to maintain and stave off that gap, but they'll see in the black box relative as they're driving that it's the direct car behind. They'll see directly that number shrinking, and they will be very scared of that fact that number's shrinking. They've got enough to get themselves to the end, but they'll be worried that if they step even once out of line, that they'll allow
if he has been under pressure at times, he won't be too worried for now. And Derek Dirksen won't be that worried actually about holding on to second place now either, because Mark Duran is a few seconds further behind. Tim Chapman is closing in on Duran, and that's going to be more of a concern. Can Imperial Motorsports get back onto the podium maybe before the end of this race? Maybe. There's still a quarter of an hour so to go. At the moment, Chapman would lose 70 points. By the way, all the points I'm reading out is without the fastest lap 5 points, which I've not factored in at the moment, but we can leave that to the end of the race when the fastest lap is actually known. The Imperial Motorsports car in that case would lose, as I say, 70 points. They come in with 105. It's down to 35, taking away the fastest lap points that may well be awarded either way. This is going to be something to make you sit upright as well if you're a Gone Broke Racing fan or whatever. Contact with the Matrix Bronze 212. Lenny Holland making contact, and Chris Sherburn going out into the gravel. That's number 2 car going slightly wide again through Spoon Curve, but yeah, Lenny Holland into more contact. Chris Sherburn going around.
I think that was the contact that drew the penalty there, Ewan. So that would have been the one which you'd have said that is as slam dunk as the slam dunk contest.
Absolutely, it is. It's just coming from too far back. I'm not sure what it is really. I mean, maybe tiredness from Holland's part towards the end, bit of frustration, you know, not wanting to stay behind the GT3 for any longer than really needed. But you know, everyone could see that he was a long way too far back there.
Yeah. I think that you're looking around at those sorts of incidents, and when you see half a gap open as the faster car trying to make that way through, you almost have this expectation that cars are just going to leap out of your way, like they're going to move through, like you've got this massive cane that's going to go, no, it's my position, I'm going to take it. No, that's not what happens. You have to really be patient as cars trying to lap, even if there is a gap. You do sometimes just have to lift off, take the time loss, and then make your way around, especially through the S's here at Suzuka. It is one of the most important sections of circuit in the world for testing how important the car goes, and you just have to be switched on to each and every position and know that you just have to leave enough room to go and make that move. If it's anything less than half a car width along, you can't just shove the car down the inside and hope it will be all right on the night. It won't.
And Lenny Holland finding that out might have cost him a podium here today. Have they made their final splashes? Not yet. Oh, Holland has, excuse me. Oh no, he hasn't, sorry, I'm reading the wrong line. The splash is there. There should be a couple of laps of fuel still to come from those guys, maybe, in the latter portion of this race. Yeah, I think there will be. So we'll keep an eye on that. Meanwhile, in GT3 AM, there could be a podium battle very shortly. Mark Duran last time round lost another 1.4 seconds to Dean Chapman, who's not particularly setting the world on fire himself, but I'm afraid Mark Duran is losing time pretty quickly late on right now. In fact, Chapman's not even as quick as Derek Dirksen in second place right now, or Chris Sherburn in first, but he is quick enough to be closing on Duran. What about this time round? To 1.3 from Duran. Chapman, 6 tenths quicker again. So Imperial Motorsports really closing in on a podium here right at the very end.
Well, here's the issue, and it's last 10th green, and that is a lap car in the middle who are 4 laps down by comparison on the overall GT leaders out there right now, and is 2 laps down on the AM category at this point. But Ben Bulkley has a job and can make life very difficult for Dean Chapman to go by and get through. Rodney Campbell, I think, just had a wiggle through the middle of the corner. No grit there from his Porsche GT3R, and that turns him round for troubles. But I think we're sitting down into a really important phase of this race. This is where Dean Chapman could very simply waltz his way up to Mark Doran, but he's got to do so by getting by. And we sit down inside the final 10 minutes. Chris Braun had a scare a couple of laps ago because he actually had contact with the Matrix Black team.
Yeah. He's still leading, though, with less than 10 minutes to go. Other battle that's going on, actually. Jochen Bakker is catching Mike Patterson here, or has he just been overtaken? Patterson did a 2:01, it's telling me on the last lap, but that doesn't seem to have counted. I think there was an off-track involved in there. Those two should be going to the end of the race. Only separated by less than 2 seconds. As the sun sets, the sky, by the way, is looking absolutely fantastic in the background. I know this is just a sim, but sunset looking marvellous, and the headlights making a bit more of an impression on the tarmac now as the sun does begin to set. We're just coming up to 6 p.m. virtual standard time using today's date in the race, in the sim, and that puts sunset at about 3 minutes to 6 based on the real life data from when the sun went down earlier today in Japan. That's doing the same here. That means with about 5 minutes to go, maybe about now, the official sunset will come. But as we all know, sunset does not mean pitch black. It just means that it's going to get very dark very quickly. Lenny Holland, meanwhile, comes in. How long's this stop going to be? Short fill for just 8 minutes. This is a long stop. Dear, oh dear. Over 10 seconds. I wouldn't have thought you needed 11.5 seconds of fuel for 8 minutes of racing, but there you go.
It's a slow fuel hose, maybe, that he's having to navigate through, but it is still enough to remain in 3rd place ahead of Kynaran, who are out there right now trying to circulate. So that splash and dash as far as it possibly goes. Oh, it's contact behind them, and round goes Rex Jarawala in the Stallions GTP AM. Yeah,
they were trying to chase down Kynaran Racing, who were going to make their splash pretty shortly. They were never going to take over the lead, I don't think, but either way, that's certainly not going to help them. They look like they're going to finish second at the end of the day as Lenny Holland makes his way back out onto the circuit with just 7 minutes to go. This is what happened to Rex Joe Riley. He was trying to follow Holland, but didn't quite have the room alongside there to do it. That's another case of coming from too far back, really.
Yeah, just trying to navigate through and follow in the wheel tracks, but just not able to commit there through the first part of the corner, and that's why you get the contact, and that's just the struggle street that you find yourself on all the time. You got to navigate and say, well, how quick are they going to go? You've had 3 hours and 50 minutes to work out how fast they go through turn 2. You should be able to gauge it by that point. Leader goes by Mike Patterson here, and this is a gap that is not very much out there right now. 0.8 of a second for these two pros going at it there with the wonderful American Red Cross on the side. And the one thing is the American Red Cross is probably one of the only...
Backer's gone. He's spun into the wall. Well, I'm not sure if he hit the wall or not, but he certainly spun. That'll be the end of that battle. Just as we were building it up, the pressure getting to him, the high-stakes moments in these final parts of this race is just bitten Jochen Backer. It looks like that is probably going to be the end of that. Let's see what happened.
They just dropped it. Oh, it's nothing. It feels like absolutely nothing. The back just stepped out. Only the car going halfway side by side, and then there it goes. It's as simple as that. It's as quick as that as it goes. Now in comes David Boyer in for that splash and dash, and this will be the element of nothing that you've got in terms of this final little bit of fuel.
They're stopping for longer than I was expecting, but anyway, here we go. 8 seconds. And back out onto the circuit again for David Boyer. I suppose it's about a second for a minute, so maybe it makes sense, but even so, they're probably being a little bit on the safe side as well. Kainan Racing with over a minute. Now then, Chopaholics race team into pit lane as well. Have they got enough time over Lenny Holland and Matrix Bronze to finish in second? I think it would still be a good day for them if they were to finish in there. If they lose points to 2 teams, then they might start to get slightly concerned about their 110-point championship lead, but a second place, I think, for number 27 would be a good day out. 8 seconds in the box. Look at that. The margin is large. Wyatt Gooden is going to come home second as long as he successfully navigates these last 5 minutes.
Yeah, that will be pretty much that confirmed for them, because the Matrix Bronze team right now are only just entering the Atsimo chicane. So that's telling, really, how quick Wyatt Gooden's been over the course of this race. He has been lightning fast, as we expect from him. He's done a 41.8 fastest lap for them on lap 69 of this race. So he has certainly been the driver who has been turning up the cadence for what the Shopaholics race team has been capable of doing. But last 10th have had their number here today, but I don't think they'll actually mind that too much. They've got a fantastic championship lead. They will walk into the next round at Portimao with a comfortable margin to play with, knowing that, you know, if it does go wrong for them, you know, they've still got another round to play with to get themselves in. They've got a lot of margin to work with, and they've just driven within their means. This is what we talk about when we talk about championship winning cars and teams and drivers. They don't win every race, but in the races where they don't do well, when you go to your B game or your C game, are they still competitive? And Shopaholics are.
Absolutely. That is a good assessment, I think, of where Shopaholics race team are going to be aiming for the remainder of this season, actually, as well. Fastest lap point in the 9.63 fastest lap standings, if you like, is going to go to last 10th GTP. In 9.63 AM, it's going to go to Kainan Racing by quite a long way, actually, in the end. The GT3 Pros, it's going to go to Matrix Black, and in GT3 AM, it will be taken by last 10th Purple, who are going to finish in 3rd place. And so 5 points to all 4 of those teams at the end of the day. This is the battle I've been keeping an eye on throughout the day, and or indeed these last few moments. And now it's coming a reality. Last 10th Purple versus Imperial Motorsports. They've just been passed by the race leader, who's getting 2 laps to go here. So that's exactly what these guys have got as well. Not long for Dean Chapman to work her way through.
Well, 2 laps is only 2 real big opportunities to go and make that pass. So if they're going to sit down and say, we want the podium, you're going to have to do it pretty much straight away. So Dean Chapman sitting down on this front stretch, the downhill pull towards turn 1, jumping in the slipstream. Doran goes defensive, but he's got the move covered, but Chapman throws it down the inside anyway and takes it away. Oh, that's fantastic there. Doran will just feel completely like the pocket's been gone. Jim Walsh just returns to the track in front of them and scares them, but Dean Chapman, he didn't mind. He thought that this was all safe, didn't Mark Doran. Oh no, Dean Chapman just went and stole it.
That was a fantastic bit of driving from Dean Chapman to just see the gap, the small gap down the inside, dive into it and take the third place away. And it looks like Imperial Motorsports are going to rescue a third podium in 3 races here in the GT3 AM class. It's not going to be the win that they've seen throughout the first 2 rounds of this season, but it will be another podium. I've got to say it had been coming, but there would have been doubts over whether Chapman could do it with the limited time remaining. He knew that he didn't have a lot of time. That's why you saw the aggression, and boy, did it pay off.
Well, you have to be aggressive late because you know there's not much left in the race that you've got to do. You either get that one chance and then you ask if you don't take it in a race like this year, and when are you going to get it again? That's where the sit-down was needed to be by Dean Chapman. That's why Imperial Motorsports are very happy with that handsome hawk, and that is a handsome hawk that's had to walk through a drive-through penalty here today out there on circuit. That has been on the recovery drive. It's taken them all race to get back to that podium place, and they can finally relax and smile and say, this is what we've been looking for, as we do now start the final lap of this race with Chris Braun and last 10th GTP almost a minute clear of Wyatt Gooden at the moment, as we got one final car diving down into the pits.
Yeah, Rex Jowala has underfield, has he, or does he drive through? Has he got to drive through? He's got to drive through. So Stallions GTP come out in second place. They will lose some points to Kyan Racing for the first time this season. See their championship margin go down to just 15 points at the end of the day. Here's Chris Brown, last 10th GTP. Not quite willing to say that their opening lap crash helped their strategy, but exactly what you need to do. Prepare for the worst and hope for the best. Well, the worst did happen on lap 1, unfortunately. Kerry Brooks spinning into the wall, but we were talking to Nicky Chan earlier. He said we had a plan if things went wrong in the opening minutes of the race. It did go wrong. Their planning, that normally, I suspect, goes in vain because they get through the opening lap fine, finally came in use, and boy, has it worked today.
It's everything that they've wanted out of their strategy. They've managed to just put the hard yards in, and I'm reminded of a result by the Pure Motorsports team back in the Daytona 24-hour a number of years ago, where they went a full lap down and still came back to win that race. I think it's a similar style of race that they've managed to deal with, and with just 130R and the Atsumo chicane to go, this is the moment you can now start to smile when you're a race car driver here in the Porsche Club of America.
One last little bit of traffic to negotiate into the final chicane, but it's all been dandy for last 10th GTP. Here, as far as traffic goes, recovering from their incident, they're going to win the 4 hours of Suzuka in the Porsche Club of America Team Racing Series here at Suzuka. Round 3 goes to them despite their problems. We've got our first different race winner, other than the Shopaholics race team, who took the first 2 rounds, both at Daytona and at Road Atlanta as well. And what a drive by these guys. Kyan Racing were legitimate contenders for the overall win for long periods this afternoon. It's not quite been that kind of success, but it's been a pretty good day. 963 AM goes to David and Charlie Boyer in the Kyan Racing number 11 car, and despite a huge scare through the S's, they're going to win our second class. Imperial Motorsports have got a little way to go yet to seal GT3 Pro. I think they are ahead, though, of Chris Sherburn. We're waiting to see. Chris Sherburn might have already crossed the line, actually. I think he has. Chris Sherburn in the GT3 AM class. That is a great victory for Gone Broke Racing, who gained some big points over Imperial Motorsports in that class, but there's no gains being made on Imperial Motorsports in GT3 Pro. Matt Quinn is going to bring this car home, although it's really under pressure, isn't it? Shane McNeely is closing pretty quickly.
Well, he's brought that gap down to 4 seconds, and he's done a wonderful job as Shea McNeely, because that gap was 18 seconds when he came out of the pit, and he had one job in the final hour of this race: chase that down and do what you can. He got close, but you don't get victories for being close. Matt Quinn to the line for Imperial Motorsports Big Eagle, and the Big Eagle will soar, and a cry will be heard all across Mie Prefecture with that fantastic win for them.
And now they know that just 2 podiums at Portimao and at Spa will be the championship ceiling races for them. That's Chris Serban. He's already crossed the line for the Gombrowicz Racing team in GT3 AM. Winning margin there, 16 seconds ahead of Can-Am Atlas. And Dean Chapman did hang on from Mark Duran further down for third, by the way, as well. So a fantastic drive back through the field from Chapman, and a great late overtake as well, as we saw in towards turn number 1. It's it's Last Attempt GTP who beat Shopolik's race team to the line by 52.2 seconds at the end of 136 laps in the 4 hours of Suzuka this afternoon, with Lenny Holland bringing the Matrix bronze car over the line in third. SC Team Red, bit of a quiet end to that race for them. They finished a lap down in fourth. Kainar Racing won by a lap in at 963 AM ahead of Stallions GTP, and Late Breakers Racing who finished third for the third race in a row. GT3 Pro was won by Imperial Motorsports just ahead of Matrix Black. Can-Am Titan finishing a lap down because of where the leader was. Gombrowicz Racing also joining them. 2 laps down for Breaking Bad Racing, Flying Line Racing, SC Team Blue, and Autocrosses Racing rounded out the field with Chris Cook. And in GT3 AM, it was Gombrowicz Racing who won here by 16 seconds at Can-Am Atlas. Imperial Motorsports with that late overtake by Dean Chapman on Mark Duran manages to finish in third. Stallions GT3 finishing 5th and 6th in the end at a Max Snell Motorsports, 1 lap down. Last 10th Green were 2 laps down with Cat 5 Racing. Matrix Copper got to the end, 8 laps down despite early problems. Big credit to everybody who managed to get to the end today, by the way, because we did get all 25 cars that started this race to the finish as well. Let's have a chat to Kerry Brooks and Chris Braun then, shall we, who have won this race here at Suzuka.
You were leading the race for a while, weren't you, Charlie? Weren't you leading the yellow GTPs for a while?
Hey, Chris,
Sorry,
we're having an interview.
Oh,
sorry.
sorry.
I've just interrupted the conversation. I'm so sorry. Congratulations to you both. I know you're still decompressing and analysing at the end of it. But Chris, tell us a little bit about those last few moments out there on the circuit and that feeling as you came across the line to take the win there.
Oh, it was great. I was able to enjoy that last stint, knowing we had a good gap. I didn't have to push, so I could just take it in and enjoy it. And yeah, it was a great win. We struggled this year. We've had the pace. We've had the opportunities to win races this year, and it just hasn't come our way. So we were glad that it did today.
Absolutely, and isn't it strange, Kerry, that you're... we were speaking, by the way, I should probably tell you, to Nikki Chan about halfway through the race, just telling us a little bit about how you guys were preparing if things happened to go wrong on lap 1. Unfortunately, they did for you, and you had a difficult opening stint of this race, but how does it feel to sort of bounce back from that and know that a sort of alternate strategy still worked for you guys to take the win today?
Yeah, it's so true. We're going to need to dissect exactly what happened as it related to pit strategy, because we ended up a long way ahead, and we had a really clean race outside of that. So that's probably got to do with it. I don't know if there were incidences with the other team, but really some weight off my shoulders after putting us around and into the wall and taking our first, our only fast repair with 10 laps into the race. So it was a little nerve-wracking, but it was a heck of a drive for both of us, so it was outstanding.
Pretty sure it was a day when everybody at least had one problem, but you guys bounced back from it best. Congratulations on the win tonight, and thanks for chatting to us as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you to Princess for their sponsorship and the whole team that Nikki Chan is leading out at Last 10th.
All right, thanks very much, Chris Braun and Kerry Brooks, winners here tonight in 963 Pro, ahead of the 2 Boyers, Charlie Boyer and David Boyer, who can now join us as well. Welcome in to you both. Congratulations on victory in the 963 AM class. So start with you, David, as you cross the line towards the end. How does it feel to take your first race win of the season for Kainar Racing?
Hey, it feels pretty good. It's I've unfortunately had a tough go at it with it in Daytona, and then I missed race 2. So coming back, getting a win, it's about as good as I could ask for.
Absolutely. And Charlie, how did you feel once you'd had that crash through the S's, coming back out there on the circuit again, suddenly with a lot less of a lead than what you guys had beforehand? How did you feel in those moments?
Not so good. We've had our trials through the first two races, and then to have that happen, I was passing a 3R, and he side-swiped me, and then I took damage, crashed as a result of the damage, and then limped it back. I was a little nervous there, but we had really good pace today, so having built up a lead certainly helped ensure the victory.
Certainly did. Congratulations to the both of you on the win, and enjoy your afternoon celebrating.
Hey, can I give a quick shout out to our fallen teammate, Andy Jenks? He's missing this race today. I know he's really sad to miss it. We miss him too, and we look forward to being a trio again at the next one.
Absolutely. We'll see you in at 5 weeks' time. Congrats both, and we'll see you there.
Thanks so much.
Thanks very much. That's David and Charlie Boyer there chatting to us as a pairing this time around, taking their first race wins of the season in that class. In GT3 Pro, Chris Pies and Matt Quinn have taken the victory, and we can chat to them now as well. Matt, I'll start with you. You got to cross the line there, but although you were being chased down pretty quickly by Shane McNeely, the gap 4.0 at the line. Were you ever doubtful that you'd be able to hang on?
I had my thoughts about it, and credit to Matrix for showing us the pace today. But Chris kept in my ear and told me what they needed to do, and I was confident that I could keep the laps pretty steady, provided I wasn't stuck in too much traffic. So.
And Chris, what does this mean for the rest of the season now? I calculated that you have only got to finish on the podium in the next two races. I say only, as if that's an easy thing to do, but you know what I mean. It's been a great start to the season for you guys. How do you think you can continue this on, and how do you think you've achieved it so far in the first 3 rounds, such success?
Yeah, we've had our mantra every time we go and do these races is, just stay smooth and consistent and stay out of trouble, and it's paying off. We may not be necessarily the fastest on track, but we try to keep our nose clean, and we ultimately end up finishing pretty well. So news to me on the finishing up, staying on the podium, and it looks like we might have a chance at it. But realistically, we're just going to take each race one race at a time, do as best we can, and if we perform well, we'll be there at the end.
Yeah, that's only my maths. Don't take that as gospel, but that's roughly about what I've figured out. Congratulations on the win here tonight at Suzuka, and thanks for chatting to us both as well.
Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks very much, Matt Quinn and Chris Pies there, the winners of the GT3 Pro class for Imperial Motorsports Big Eagle today. Chris Sherburn and Peter Kummer are the winners for GT3 AM, and we'll chat to them lastly as well. Congratulations to you both. I'll start with you, Peter, since you started the car as well. What great battles you had in the first 2 hours, by the way, with the likes of Can-Am Atlas and Patrick Adamczyk and Derek Dirksen as well. You were battling away for the lead. You got knocked back at stages. They got knocked back at other stages. It was very entertaining to watch those first 2 hours. How did you find your stint out there?
Yeah, thanks. It was, let me say, my blood pressure was up, and I was sweating for sure.
But watching Chris at the end, how was that?
Oh, he's so smooth, tactical, fantastic to watch Chris race, and he doesn't go off track, anything like that. It's just fantastic.
And Chris, now you were having the pleasure of crossing the line there. It's a big win for you guys in the championship for Gone Broke Racing. Came into today over 100 points behind Imperial Motorsports. You've gained over 50 of those back again, over half of those back. It must feel fantastic to get to the end on the top step this time.
Yeah, how about that? Welcome aboard for H&R and Reference Media. Definitely not expecting that. We were hoping to come in, maybe grab a step on the podium, but hell yeah, we'll take it.
Absolutely. Congratulations to you both, and we'll see you at the next one.
Thank you.
Cheers, and quick shout out to the Gone Broke Racing and Master Boys. Thanks for the help and advice. Cheers.
Thanks very much, Chris Sherburn and Peter Kummer there for the Gone Broke Racing team, winners of GT3 AM class here tonight. Well, that is it from Suzuka, the third round of the Porsche Club America Team Racing Series. As I've mentioned, we will be back in 5 weeks' time at Portimao for another 4-hour race. Our broadcast will start at just about 1:45 Eastern Time, ready for the race, just as we did here today, Jake, and it's going to be a very exciting one, just as this was as well. We're getting to the business end of the championship, and you can tell that with the racing we've seen. Fantastic racing here today. So many storylines thrown up for us. I'm sure there'll be plenty more in 5 weeks.
Well, there's a reason why we call it the business end of the championship, because if you have a good start, then it's all fun and games. But when you start finding that the points bring themselves into play, when everyone starts to get a little bit more tight about what they need, what they don't need, the margins start to get a little bit finer. The value of a point goes up in the sense of how much it's worth at the end of the season. You're now looking at this, and Portimao is one of these circuits which is one of the few that is steeped in endurance history. It's one of the few great, I would say, variable circuits in the world. It's very much the younger brother of the Estoril circuit, but it gets a lot more recognition in the modern day now. So I love this Portimao track. I think it's going to offer something really interesting out there in terms of the racing. Lots of space for the categories to go and make those passes. And if all things go well, which they did for most teams here today, then I argue the question, why can't we get everyone to finish at Portimao the same way that we got everyone to finish today at Suzuka?
Exactly. It's a great thing to have, and a credit to all the teams for that, all 25 getting to the finish of this race. This has been the 4 Hours of Suzuka, part of the Porsche Club of America Team Racing Series that will return at Portimao in 5 weeks' time. We will return on RaceSpotTV with more Porsche Club of America Series 13 action from Wednesday as the sport class goes into battle at Road America. Big thanks to the team tonight, myself, Ian O'Leary, Jake Sperry and Lorenzo Bonder up here in the commentary booth, and Ramiro Augustin Cisneros, who's been behind the cameras once again. A big thanks to you as well for tuning in here tonight to this RaceSpotTV broadcast. Very much hope to see you at the next one. For now, it's goodbye from Suzuka.